Gentlemen, Mitch, could we come to order now?
We ready?
Yep.
Okay, madam, we're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to call the joint Metro North and Long Island Committee meeting together. Do we have any public speakers, Mr. Gans?
Yes, we have two public speakers signed up. We asked if they could please adhere to the 2-minute limit and speak to agenda items. The first speaker is Orrin Getz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Orrin Getz. The first thing I would like to do is actually give something to Murray Bowden. It's a copy of a newspaper article from December 4th, 2016. It's about young people working on projects to come up with new and innovative ways to promote railroad grade crossing safety. I'd like to give this to him and tell him that he should ask these young people to prepare reports that could be given to these committees, that they could go up to Albany and speak to the officials up there, because by state law, Albany has to survey 5,000 railroad crossings in New York State. He could deliver it to New Jersey Transit, and they could go down to Washington and make a report to federal officials at the FRA and at Amtrak. So I will present this to Murray. I also presented to you, Chairwoman Metzger, and to President Giulietti, another picture of that missing emergency call box at Nanuet. I know I brought it up last month, but we still have no status on this. This is a small project which we should be able to get resolved quickly. I also provided to you, Chairwoman Metzger, an overhead picture provided to me by Rockland County officials of the Spring Valley train station area. It clearly shows you who owns what property there. And one of the things that's very clear in that picture is the condition of the paving of the Metro North parking lot. It needs to be repaved. County officials would like to see that moved ahead as quickly as possible. We still have no status, as I mentioned last month, on the missing benches inside the waiting room at Spring Valley. Also, no status on when the MTA is going to start using the empty police booth inside the station. It would be a big benefit. And also we realize that the concrete paving around the freestanding bus terminals is crumbling and needs to be replaced. In addition, I keep bringing up, and it's a very important issue to Rockland County, the handicapped accessibility of the Suffern station. Please, we need the MTA to work with New Jersey Transit and make that station handicapped accessible. It's critical to Rockland County, and we really need it done. Also, we found out that at the November 16th MTA board meeting, a much delayed status report of the upgrade of the Port Jervis line was provided. But this was never provided to the public. It's long overdue. We need to make sure that steps are taken to make this report released to the public and we get comments. I reviewed it and I see some major concerns with it, and I'd like to make sure that we have an opportunity in public to voice our public opinions on what is wrong with this report and what needs to be revised. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden.
Good morning. I'd like to wish you all a very healthy new year. This year's been exciting. It's been very good. Next year's going to be better. Andy, if you take your Metro card that you couldn't make work this morning and you put a very thin coat of nail polish, clear nail polish on the back, they work then. And for whatever reason is. The other thing, my presentation this morning will be on Joe's report, but since it's not in the book and I don't know what it's going to say yet, I can't comment on it until after he gives it. So I will comment on your report, Joe, when I know what it is. Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second? Those in favor? Minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the Long Island and Metro North work plans.
Sorry.
In that case, may we have your report?
For the Metro North report, for the month of November, Metro North operated at 90.3 with a year-to-date reliability standing at 93.6. 1.5% of all trains were delayed greater than 15 minutes. Train delay minutes due to infrastructure factors doubled from the month of October and accounted for 57% of the delay minutes, with almost half of the delays attributable to the New Haven line. Year-to-date, we've experienced 10% less delay minutes due to infrastructure factors, which indicates we're making progress, but there's still significant work ahead of us. On 4 days, we experienced delays because of the slip slide conditions during this year's leaf season for an additional 14% of the delay minutes, half of the delays on the Harlem line. And as mentioned last month, we did operate 2 high-pressure rail washers daily to clear the leaf residue from the rails. This effort minimized the impacts to our customers. West of Hudson operated at 93.2% for the month of November and 95.9% year-to-date. The equipment has performed good with a consist compliance of 99.2. Service disruptions caused the New Haven and Harlem consist compliance to be below average during the peak period. The fleet mean distance between failure in October operated above goal at over 268,000 miles before a breakdown causing delays. With the official start of winter upon us, we are completing our winter preparations for the rolling stock fleet and the infrastructure. We have snow fighting equipment ready to clean yard switches, third rail simultaneously at more locations, and we have snow fighting equipment to clean the main line, interlockings, yard switches, platforms, yard facilities, and right-of-way roadways. In addition, we have front-end loaders and backhoes enabling us to plow more of our right-of-way in order to access track interlockings and power substation locations. And our jet hot air blowers with great power and fuel efficiency are ready for the winter elements. We'll ensure our customers are well informed before, during, and after a storm event with timely and accurate information through station announcements, platform display signs, email alert, social media, special notices, and service status updates on the website. The Metro-North Train Time app also provides real-time service status on your smartphone or computer and is now conveniently linked to our new eTix mobile ticketing app. With these communication elements, we are now able to provide more information in a timelier manner during emergencies. And during any severe weather event, our goal is to provide customers with the best and safest service available and to return to regularly scheduled service as soon as possible. As a result of the decline in service reliability during November, customer complaints were up 30% from October, but down 14% as compared to last November. Complaints in November were primarily due to late or canceled trains, crowding caused by an insufficient number of cars in a train consist because of what happened with the service disruption. On a positive note, I'm pleased to report that the final phase of accelerated repairs to the Park Avenue Viaduct at 118th Street has been completed. A new permanent column has been built to replace the temporary repairs that were made this past summer. Completion of the permanent repairs was made in less than the forecasted time and under the projected budget, thereby minimizing costs. The repairs were done in accordance with current railroad design standards, and all the permanent repair work was performed without any service impacts to our customers. The completion marks the full repair of the steel structure that on May 17th was impacted by a fire that erupted on the land under the viaduct. That fire shut down the main artery that carries trains into and out of Grand Central Terminal. After the fire, immediate temporary repairs were made in 2.5 days by Metro-North forces. That was followed by additional temporary repairs completed by Labor Day that allowed us to lift the temporary speed and operational restrictions through the area. The final repairs, which included new permanent support columns, were made in less than 5 months through an expedited procurement that was brought to you. The street under the viaduct is owned by the City of New York, and we continue to work with their representatives to ensure the necessary corrective actions are taken to maximize safety and security in this area. And we thank our customers for their patience during this emergency repair process and appreciate all the efforts of all the employees that were involved in this project.
Joe, how much was the cost of this total rehabilitation?
We are still working out the numbers with the city, and that has been going back and forth.
But roughly, what are you talking about?
Do we know the number offhand? Yeah.
We expended on these permanent repairs that Joe's talking about $6 million.
And the temporary repairs?
I don't know if we've captured those yet.
Well, but
In
What a-
total, the combination of the temporary and permanent repairs are in the range of $10 million.
So what are we doing now to secure reimbursement for this thing? Because obviously our property was damaged by an act of somebody else, negligence act. So what's going to happen here?
We are working with headquarters on that. We've also, we have reserved our rights on litigation, and we're going forward on that.
But was this the party where the fire started? Do they have adequate insurance?
You know,
Or we just, I mean, as I said, it's something that we're stuck for.
Since this is a matter of potential litigation, I could provide a briefing to the board outside of public session, if you'd like.
Okay, I would like to get that briefing, please. I'd like to know what we're doing, because I assume now it's coming out of the Metro North Capital Plan, and I'd like to know what we're doing to get reimbursement from the parties that created this
I can
disaster.
provide
We'll
that
take this
information
as a
to the
briefing.
committee. Yes.
To the board.
All right, thank you.
Another good story at Fordham Station improvements. In the Bronx, we've completed restoration work and upgrades at Fordham Station. Both northbound and southbound platforms were restored with customer safety and comfort in mind. We acquired 128 square feet of property from Fordham University so we could expand the station's northbound platform to nearly double its width and provide more capacity for our reverse commuters. Both platforms have been painted, cleaned, and updated with rehabilitated elevators, new LED lighting, canopies, benches, real-time information monitors, and public address systems. Platform shelters have also been modernized with the push-for-heat technology for customers' comfort during the winter months. Widened and enclosed staircases now also reduce customer congestion. The station also boasts a new station entrance directly up from Fordham Road with wider staircase to our northbound platform to accommodate our large reverse peak ridership and a ramp that is accessible to customers with disabilities at the north end of the southbound platform at Webster Avenue and 193rd Street. And MTA Arts and Design Commission artist Dan Funderburg created a site-specific installation on the northbound platform with a series of 4 rose windows made from water jet cut aluminum in black and gold. These station improvements follow the complete renovation of the historic station building on Fordham Road, which was completed in 2014. Fordham Station is the busiest reverse peak commutation station in the nation. These renovations not only provide a more pleasant and efficient setting for our Bronx customers, but also contribute to the aesthetics of the surrounding community in the growing economic hub in the Bronx. And finally, I want to mention that these popular holiday traditions are taking place now in Grand Central Terminal. The annual Grand Central Holiday Fair, located in Vanderbilt Hall, features 40 different merchants and runs until December 24th. And the New York Transit Museum's annual Holiday Train Show, now through February, features Lionel trains that once again capture hearts and imaginations at the Transit Museum, where Metro North, New York Central, and subway trains depart from a miniature Grand Central terminal. Thank you.
Questions? I think Commissioner Mordler has one.
With the rains of today and the approaching snows, what efforts are being made both at Long Island Railroad and at Metro North to police the stairs, to make sure they're clear, they're clean, the treads are in good shape, so that we can avoid some of the accidents of the past?
I'll go first in the fact that before the storms, we actually have our gangs out there all the way through. For example, yesterday we began in the afternoon. We go through to make sure that everything is cleared off, and I can tell you that at 4:40 this morning, all the platforms on the north end of the Harlem were done as they were done on the Hudson. New Haven didn't get the snow in that same way. We've also had an ongoing program for replacing stair treads on the stations and everything else, and we're monitoring that and keeping an eye on it.
On Long Island, as Joe mentioned, we do similar stuff in terms of assignments of crews and deploying of crews. We salt in advance of snow events so that we create a soft base underneath so it doesn't freeze to the stairways and or platforms. Crews, it's an all-hands-on-deck approach to dealing with snow events. So depending on the severity, we assign all the resources we have. Should we have a storm as significant as last year, we're not against bringing in third-party contractors to assist our efforts, should that be required to meet the demand that a large storm would bring.
Pat, may I respectfully suggest you might have people inspect the treads on the stairs on a regular basis now?
That is done regularly, absolutely.
May we have the Long Island report, and then we'll do safety?
Sure. Good morning. Just a couple things that I'd like to mention this month. One is we continue to move forward with the Long Island Railroad expansion project. A couple events happened this month that I want you to be aware of. One, we released on November 28th the draft environmental impact statement for that project. That document, as I'll call it, a 2,000-page document, is available on the website. It's been sent to all the different stakeholders that are involved in the project. It will be followed up in January with public comments where people can come in and give us feedback on that document. We also released on November 28th an invitation to submit qualifications to interested design-build teams to move the project forward. The following Monday, on December 5th, we hosted a MW, I want to put the D in there, you're not supposed to anymore. MWB event to try to facilitate introductions between the large design-build teams that we expect to compete for this project with small women and minority-owned businesses. Any small businesses, was not restricted to those, so any businesses, Long Island businesses, we tried to facilitate introductions because we expect the major competitors to be very large firms. New York has a significant goal, and we want to do everything we can to try and help them achieve that goal by creating an environment where firms can come in and introduce themselves, meet the leaders of the design-build effort, and to tell them about their business. So we want to do everything we can to facilitate those introductions. On December 3rd, the Long Island Railroad ran its first Holiday Express train. This was a train that departed from Ronkonkoma Station, ran express to Penn Station. The effort was done in conjunction with Madison Square Garden, where people who were on that train got a 20% discount to the holiday show at Madison Square Garden. Again, this was a first event, so we were trying to figure out exactly how to advertise it and make it known to people. And just through social media and word of mouth, we sold out the entire train, which was 6 double-decker cars, in 4 days. So it was well received. The pictures are great. All our employees enjoyed themselves and got dressed up. Even the engineer of the train was dressed as Santa. So it was a well-done affair, and we got great feedback in terms of how people enjoyed it. And final thing I'll mention is our ridership. We were 2.6% over this past November, over November of 2015. So year to date, we continue to be 2%, which is at this point in time 1.6 million riders above last year's level, just awaiting the last month of the year. So another excellent year for ridership on the Long Island Railroad. And that's my comments.
Questions? No questions or comments? In that case, we'll move on to the safety for Metro North first, and I'd like to remind everyone that there's an enterprise-wide safety meeting preceding our board meeting on Wednesday.
Good morning. The safety report begins on page 36. The customer accident rate continues to trend at a 3-year low and has decreased nearly 1% since last month's report. The employee lost time injury rate has increased about 4% since last month's report. This increase is the result of two main categories, overexertion and slip, trips, and falls. In looking at C3RS, our PRT has reviewed over 700 reports through October. Of those, 583 have met the criteria, 7 corrective actions are in development, and 2 have been implemented. Our community outreach program TRACS has reached over 11,000 individuals in October, bringing the total since May to over 38,000. And finally, last Tuesday, we held our 4th quarter safety focus day. We focused on winter safety tips and overexertion in an effort to help address the increase in injuries in these 2 areas. This concludes the safety report.
Mr. Mordler first.
I have a
Woo.
I have a question concerning the safety reports. I don't know.
Does that happen everywhere, Chuck, or just here?
I think it's great. It's sort of Murray's horns are having revenge. There are 583 reports that met your criteria this year, and corrective action was taken so far this year as to 7. Huh?
So the plan is we're going to focus on this in the safety committee. We're going to touch on it in detail in February at the meeting, but again, just to give a high-level overview, a lot of the corrective actions fit into buckets, and we really primarily have 3 main buckets for C3RS, 3 main areas of focus. So all these 9 corrective actions essentially are focused on those 3 areas. So although it looks like there's a lot of reports and very little corrective actions, the fact is that the corrective actions are addressed in all of these reports.
I don't understand that.
This question was raised at the previous meeting, and we recognized that this is not a Metro North specific issue. We have the same issue with Long Island Railroad, and it is designed now to be addressed at the safety meeting in greater detail.
All right.
Thank you. Other questions? In that case, we'll go to the Long Island Railroad safety.
Good morning. Our safety report can be found on page 194 in your books, and we're reporting on our performance through the end of October of this year. Our employee incidents are down rate-wise close to 20%, and our reportable customer accident rate is down a little over 30% for this period over the same period last year. 2 activities of note for the month of December. The new federal regulation, the System Safety Program Plan, that goes into effect in 2018. The rule was published in October. FRA came in, they did us in the morning, and they did Metro North in the afternoon to prepare our labor unions to better partner with us and engage with us in this process. They did an overview for all of the labor organizations on both properties. So we look forward to working with our labor partners as this rule moves forward and is implemented. In addition, on December 9th, we also had our Safety Focus Day. We focused on electrical safety as well as preparing our employees to work during the winter weather. The rest of the report is on page 194. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Mr. Zucker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Merdler, for raising my same C3RS question that I feel like I do every month, and I'm looking forward to hearing what those 3 buckets are, Justin, since I could not tell you what they are. On this page, remind me, I feel like I've asked this before, why is it that Metro North has 3 times more reports received for C3RS than on Long Island?
I think that's just the...
You must have a hypothesis as to why. Like, Long Island Railroad is obviously much bigger, and yet they have a third of the number of reports. It just seems interesting that one would be so different. I'm sorry, maybe that's not interesting to anyone else, but it seems to me.
Well, to Joe's point, we did roll these out differently on the two railroads. They rolled out before we did with their agreements. It took us a little longer to get our agreements in place. That said, they started primarily with train and engine crews. When we did start, we started with everybody. So we have complications with ours where we have joint territory where we operate with Amtrak, so there's different statistics that can affect there. So, other than that, I don't have any hypothesis.
My only ask is because I feel like the starting point, at least with Metro North, we've sort of caught up there. 15 and 16 numbers are basically the same for year to date. So you guys have already caught up. You guys have now, you've done 5x more in 16 than you did in 15. So you're probably gotten up to everyone's sort of familiar with the system. So my only ask is just to think about it, because maybe it's a level of comfort Metro North folks have to report things. I just don't know, but you've written it here for a reason. You're asking us to look at it for a reason. I'm looking at it for a reason, and so there must be some value into seeing the number of reports, which is why you're putting it in front of us. So just give it a think and continue to observe it, because I would hope over time you'd have the same relative number of submissions per capita for the two railroads at some steady state point.
Any other questions? None? Could we go to capital construction, please?
Good morning. I'd like to start with a review of the Manhattan side of the East Side Access. The finishes for the Grand Central Terminal caverns is ongoing, and we started right now to receive all of the precast, both the deck panels and then some of the cantilever beams. And we started the installation. So that's actually it's a step forward in the caverns. The top risk for the moment that we see is has to do with the system contract, where the contractor design of the control systems was actually completed late, and we are in the process of reviewing an approval and discussing with them. So delays to design completion and approval have the potential to delay subsequent installation. And the contract is currently forecasting a delay to substantial completion of approximately 4 months. We believe that there may be a delay in installation, but the substantial completion date of July 2020 could still be met, and we may not necessarily need to push it to November. In general, the work is in Manhattan otherwise is moving forward well, including the completion of the north structure and the tunnels on the north side of the caverns. The GCT, the construction of the concourse, it is actually proceeding. We have some issues that we have encountered, primarily with waterproofing the rail above us. And it's a kind of a complex issue to discuss, but basically we're looking to way to mitigate that beyond what seemed to be just an appropriate way to get rid of the water, but try to prevent water from coming into actually the Metro North tracks. This is at the street level, so that's a little more complicated than just dealing with a work that we need to do at the finishes of the concourse. In Queens, one thing that to mention is the fact that while there are 4 pieces of work for one of our contract on constructing the westbound bypass, and 3 of them are on time, the west approach, east approach, and the pump station. The bypass tunnel, we have encountered some issues, and we'll discuss them in a little more detail at CPAC. So that is, for the moment, is delaying us to a certain degree as to how we can proceed with that. With that, I'm completing my presentation for the East Side Access.
Questions? Mr. Vitiello.
That delay, the 4-month delay, potential delay that you referred to.
On the systems?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
That's resides with the contractor principally, or with us, or it's just?
It's never that simple, but for the moment, it resides with the contractor, yes.
Okay. And if that delay comes to pass, do we have a sort of ripple effect economically from other contractors who then say they need change orders because they're delayed? And
The change orders, that's not from the other contractor. Obviously, if something gets delayed, it's a ripple effect of not being able to open on time, but at this point, that's not the case.
Okay, so there aren't other contractors dependent on that work who are then going to?
Not for the moment. Normally, the system contract depends on other contractors.
Okay.
Other questions? I was confused by the water intrusion commentary you made. Is that related to East Side?
The water intrusion that comes to we have to remember that our concourse is where the Metro North yards used to be. The yards were not necessarily that concerned if you have some water intrusion. The water comes from the upper level of the Metro North. The upper level of the Metro North gets water from the street level. Just to remember that we are, in fact, the basement of buildings. So water penetrates that area by just looking at the perimeter of buildings and other various areas that can penetrate to the track level, and then from the track level would then permeate down to what used to be the yards. Now the yards are going to become an elegant and beautiful concourse, so that we cannot afford to have water there. So we have to deal with that, and one way of dealing with it is that you actually take the water that arrives at the roof of our new concourse and get rid of it. That, in effect, accepts that water will continue to run through. So we are trying to look at the source first.
Okay.
And see what we can do. So that clearly...
it is an East Side access issue.
Well, it is an East Side access issue, but it is actually a Metro North issue in the sense that Metro North is getting the water, but we took over the yards, and the yards accepted water as one of the aspects that you have to live with.
I've got it. Any other questions? In that case, we'll go to the police report.
Good morning. For this reporting cycle, we have a slight decrease in our reportables from 280 as compared to 282 from last year. And we do have an increase in robberies, 42 this year as compared to 33 last year. But we do have, with that, an increase in arrests for robberies, 33 this year as compared to 28 last year. We continue our enforcement details at the crossings in both Metro North and Long Island Railroad territories for 200 summonses to date being issued at those crossings. SantaCon was this Saturday, and we experienced very little issues with the SantaCon partiers. We had one summons issued at Penn Station for that. And we have details in place for the holiday travel on the 23rd, 24th, and also we'll have a major detail for the New Year's Eve celebration at Times Square. Any questions?
Questions? Andrew Saul first.
I've heard, and I don't know this personally, but I understand that the situation around 125th Street Station has been deteriorating. You know, there's a lot of just, it's not a good situation there now. I don't know whether it's inside actually the station or outside the station, but I've been hearing this from a lot of female customers that there's real problems there now, and they're really concerned about it. And I don't know whether it's a city problem or a state problem because of where the thing is, but it affects our customers one way or the other because they obviously have to exit and enter the station. I wondered if we could get a report, or maybe you're familiar enough with it to fill us in what's going on there.
Well, right now at 125, there is an issue in the street area. There is an issue at 125 in the area of the station. There are a few methadone clinics in that area and all. Based on the traffic going through the area, we've increased our patrols up there, and we've increased our train patrols from Grand Central to 125 and back. We have an increase in arrest and location, but we can get a more detailed report to you on our activity.
I just think that our force, if the city's not doing whatever, should be beefed up there and patrolling, state police patrolling around the area of that station, because it's not a good thing, especially, I think, female customers are very concerned about it.
We have already increased, but we'll look at it more and see if we can do anything else.
Could you get us a report at the next meeting as to
Sure.
what's happening there, and is there a deterioration in what we're going to do from a state angle to help our customers there?
Yes, we'll get back to you on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew. Mr. Mordler?
If you will look at page 46, you have a fourfold increase in public lewdness. You have a significant increase in sex offenses. Why, and what are you doing about it?
Okay, for the public lewdness, our increase in that one is based on the activities that occur in some of the restrooms. And we've increased our patrols in the restroom areas, and we are making, doing enforcement activity, be it summonses and/or arrest. And on the others, I'll get back to you on it for a more detailed report on our sex offenses.
Well, it seems to me that there ought to be a particular focus on that, because a fourfold increase within a span of a month tells me something is terribly amiss. I'd like to know three things. One, the judgment of your agency as to what's happened and why. Two, where? Is it in a particular area, or is it across the board? And three,
Know that we appreciate all the extra effort that you go to through this holiday season. May we have the action items?
For Metro North, the action is required by committee to adopt Metro North's 2016 November forecast, 2017 final proposed budget, and the four-year financial plan for 2017 to 2020. These items will be voted on by the full board on Wednesday, December 14th for final board approval.
Mr. Mordler?
I have no problem with those. I have just a question. If you will look at page 59 and 60 of the report, you will see. Pardon me?
I'm there now.
Oh, good.
You're going very fast.
I'm always accused of being too slow.
all right.
I notice a dramatic increase in the total number of personnel that you have contemplated for the ensuing years. Is there a reason?
Yes, number one reason is the positive train control, the increase in the safety and the training departments that were part of what we got back from the NTSB and the FRA. We are still doing that hiring.
Good answer.
Mr. Saul?
On page 52, if you go down to the bottom where it says conversion adjustments of the budget, can you explain the other cash adjustments, which was a negative $64 million in 2015 and a positive $29 million in the November forecast, and now on your 17 budget is a positive $73 million? What's in that number?
Kim, can you respond to that?
These cash adjustments are in general just a number of conversion items related to non-cash activity, depreciation, environmental remediation accruals, and so they are just for financial reporting purposes only.
I'd like to get a list of those. Can
Sure.
I, please? 'Cause
Yes,
that's
we
a
can
very
provide those.
That's a huge number in this budget.
Yes, I mean, those are normal adjustments that convert from accrual basis of the financial report and the financial plan to what cash payouts are that take place on an annual basis.
Yeah, but you realize that you have between 2015 actual and your proposed budget, you have almost $150 million adjustment on a deficit of over 500 million. So it's a huge number here relative to the whole thing. I'd like to see what that is, what's involved in that. Can you
We'll
get that
definitely
for me,
provide you a
please?
schedule.
No que-
Since Connecticut is not here, can we increase their subsidy? Since if they didn't come, they don't get a vote.
They don't have a vote anyway. No, we're going to keep our votes. I'll entertain a motion and a second on this, and then we'll go to Long Island Railroad.
So moved.
Second. Those in favor? Thank you. This will move to the board.
Mark? Again, similar as to what Joe and Kim mentioned for Metro-North Railroad, the page 61 includes the staff summary and documentation for the Long Island Railroad's November forecast update for 2016, the proposed budget for 2017, and the financial plan for 2017 through 20. In short, the 2016 forecast reflects continued improving condition financially for the Long Island Railroad, which is, as Pat's mentioned many times, our fare box revenue has continued to grow, and also expenses that are well below budget. The key features, I would say, of the 2017 budget and the financial plan going forward are, one, some critical investments, continued investments in our rolling stock maintenance, particularly the M7 and the C3 diesel fleet, diesel coaches. And in the financial plan, as you know, there are many capital projects that the Long Island Railroad is currently embarked on. As we get closer to the implementation and go live of those projects, we start to see operating budget impacts. So our out years of our financial plans start to reflect the operating impacts of some of those items, such as positive train control, M9 fleet, mainline double track, east side access, etc. So that is the item that's on the agenda.
Questions on Long Island Railroad? Andrew?
The same question comes up here where we, from 16 forecast, from 75 on the other cash adjustments, we have over a $200 million item on a $750 million deficit. I'm sorry, a $600 million deficit. I'd like to understand what that adjustment is.
Yeah, I think it probably would be best if Kim and I prepare one document for you together. The
Yeah,
themes are the same.
I assume all the
Yeah.
board wants to see this,
Right.
because this is these are huge numbers
Right.
relative to the projected deficit.
Yeah, I think if you look at, I think you're on page 68, although I'm not sure. The biggest piece of that is what's referred to as the GASB 68 pension adjustment, and this is a,
It may be, I'm not
you know,
saying it's something,
yeah.
I'd just like to understand
Sure.
why, because that's really 20% on LIRR of your deficit.
Yes.
Additional questions? Entertain a motion? Second? Those in favor? This too moves to the board. We'll do information items and then move on to procurements. I think there's a joint information item.
Yeah, the project update on the M9 procurement is provided in the agenda book, and Jim Allen from the Long Island Railroad will provide highlights in the report.
Good morning. My presentation is on page 74 in the book, and we also have an overhead presentation for you as well. My name is Jim Allen, and I'm the Director of Rolling Stock Programs at the Long Island Railroad and Long Island's Project Manager for the M9 Joint Railcar Procurement with Metro-North. I last briefed the committees in June 2016, so today at my briefing I will be providing updated information identifying where we are with the project a little over 3 years after contract award. I also briefed CPOC this past October, so some of you may be seeing similar information for the second time. My briefing today will cover the joint Long Island Metro-North M9 railcar procurement and Long Island's M9A railcar procurement. On to slide 1. The M9 contract was awarded to Kawasaki Railcar in September 2013. The initial base order is for 92 cars for the Long Island Railroad. Slide 1 is a picture of the Long Island Railroad's M9 mock-up car, which is located in Kawasaki's facility in Kobe, Japan. Slide 2 shows the same mock-up car from the side. As you can see, it's very similar in appearance to the railroad's M7 car, due primarily to clearance restrictions in the tunnels. Slide 3 identifies Long Island Railroad's future requirement for 416 cars, which is broken out into 2 separate solicitations and contracts identified as Kawasaki M9 cars and M9A cars, whose car builder is yet to be determined. The first delivery of 92 M9 base cars are for Long Island and are intended to replace our aging M3 cars. These cars are funded in the 2010 to 2014 capital program. The first M9 car option is for 88 cars for Long Island, which are also for M3 replacement and are funded in the 2015 to 2019 capital program. As identified on the slide, the 92 base order cars plus the 88 option cars will allow Long Island to replace its entire existing fleet of M3 cars, which are nearing the end of their useful life. Long Island has a second option for an additional 76 M9 cars, which are intended for East Side access and ridership growth. These cars are also funded in the 2015 to 2019 program. The next line on the chart identifies 160 cars, which are referred to as M9A cars. These cars are also intended for East Side access service. The RFP has not been advertised, and we hope to release it in the first quarter of 2017. The 76 M9 cars plus the 160 M9A cars will fill the identified requirement of 236 cars for East Side access service. Since the M9A cars were identified in the full funding grant agreement between the FTA and MTA for East Side access, they must be procured via a separate solicitation, which is subject to federal procurement guidelines. Last but not least, Metro-North has also identified a requirement for up to 130 cars. These cars are also funded in the 15 to 19 capital program. Slide 4 provides some information on the value of the base order for the 92 Long Island cars, which has a current EAC of $381 million, which represents a $6 million increase over the initial EAC, due primarily to a negotiated change order for structural improvements to the car, as well as a pending conclusion of a technical issues resolution agreement, which will resolve over 90 technical issues which arose during the 3-year design of the car. Slide 4 also shows the estimated budget for Long Island's options for the additional 164 cars, which is $500 million, and Metro-North's estimate, which is $442 million for their 130 cars. Please note that the values on this page are all inclusive of not only the car builder's costs, but also the railroad's third-party consultant and force account labor as well. Slide 5 identifies some major project milestones accomplished to date. It should be noted that the M9 car is comprised of over 22 separate systems designed and manufactured by 19 companies in 6 different countries. Each system has its own separate design review, an initial design review, preliminary design review, and final design review, as well as its own qualification test and first article inspection. As I stated earlier, the contract was awarded in September 2013, and since then we have completed IDRs, PDRs, and just recently finished our FDR process. We've held 3 mock-up reviews, we've commenced qualification testing, and we've commenced first article inspection. Slide 6 is a picture of the F-end of 2 pilot cars being manufactured at Kawasaki's facility in Kobe, Japan. The first 14 pilot cars are manufactured in Japan, and the remaining cars will be manufactured in Lincoln, Nebraska, with final assembly at Kawasaki's facility in Yonkers, New York. Slide 7 lays out the M9 project's major events for roughly the next year or so. As you can see, for all intents and purposes, the railroad's project teams over the next few months will be consumed with performing system qualification tests, approving the first article of each system in the car, inspecting the 14 pilot cars manufactured in Japan, and finally shipping the cars for testing to Pueblo, Colorado, and then Long Island. The next few slides show some of the safety and security improvements that we have designed into the M9 car, as well as a number of customer amenity enhancements that we have also included in the car. As far as safety and security are concerned, I won't go through them all, but 2 significant new features which will be in the cars when they are delivered are positive train control and CCTV. In the cab, there will be 1 forward-facing camera and 1 in-cab camera, and there will be 8 cameras in the passenger area of the car. On slide 9, as an enhancement to passenger safety, you can see that there are 2 LED lights on each side of the car in the vestibule area at the floor level to illuminate the threshold when the door is open. The slide on page 10 shows very well how the new lights illuminate the threshold at the end of the car. Slide 11 identifies some of the customer amenity enhancements the M9 car will have over its predecessor, the M7. I won't go through all these, but some of the highlights are new and improved closed-loop armrest, electrical outlets mounted in the sidewall of each car at each row, and a powered BN door. I'd just like to identify the last 8 items in italics came about as a direct result of our focus groups that we held, performed at Long Island and Metro North, with particular attention paid to improving the bathroom environment, which is Long Island's #1 source of customer complaints. Moving to slide 12, this in the next 2 slides are pictures of some of the customer amenity enhancements identified on the previous pages. This is, of course, the much awaited for new and improved armrest, similar to the design on Metro North's M8 car, which has been very successful and has solved the pocket ripping and bag grabbing issues. Slide 13 is the much requested, very popular on-car electrical outlets located in each row of the sidewall of the car. And finally, on slide 14 is the powered end door for passing between the B end of each married pair of cars. Slide 15 shows some of the improvements made to the M9 car based upon feedback received from our train crews. Again, I won't go through them all, but the goal behind these changes was to make certain equipment easier to access, more user-friendly, and to reduce forces required to operate the equipment in an effort to mitigate injuries. Slide 16 discusses briefly a new component to our car procurements that was added for the M9. Understanding the need to limit to the greatest extent possible the amount of sole source procurements that we have to execute in the aftermarket following the delivery of the cars, the M9 contract contained a goal that 40% of the parts to be used on the car must be available commercially, off the shelf, or be available from multiple sources. With the assistance of a consulting firm and our IEC, the railroads have continually challenged Kawasaki and their subs. Kawasaki is currently reporting 36% COTS against the goal of 40%. Slide 17 contains the major milestones for the M9 project, starting with the contract award in September 2013. So as I mentioned earlier, we're just over 3 years into the project. I'll highlight a couple of our major events. We expect that design and testing will be completed in the first quarter of 2017. The cars will then be inspected by the railroads and approved for shipment to the test sites located in Pueblo and Long Island. Delivery of production cars is scheduled to commence in June 2018, and the 92 base order cars will be delivered by January 2019. As far as options are concerned, the 88 cars will be delivered between January and August 2019, immediately following the 92 base order cars. Should Metro North exercise its option for cars, their 130 cars will be delivered between September 2019 and August 2020, following Long Island's 88 cars. Finally, Long Island's 76 cars from its second option will be delivered between September 20 and March 2021. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
We'll go down the line. Mr. Saul first.
Can you explain and I don't have a calculator here, but the difference, the vast difference between the original order cost per car and the option order cost, and the 2 option orders cost per cars, they're all very different. And I don't know if you could just tell me how much they are per car in the original base, and then the 2 options, 3 options. And why is that?
Yes, if you refer to page 4, the base order, which is the 92 cars for Long Island, the EAC is $381 million. Keep in mind that these costs include not only the car cost, but the third-party cost for our consultant as well as the force account. So that comes, it's a base order car is roughly $2.3 million for the cost of the car. The total cost when you include the third party and the force account is about $4.1 million. So that's for the base order cars.
Okay.
If you go to the option 164 cars,
right,
the price drops to $3.1 million. Because we've paid for the non-recurring in the base order, the 92 cars, that non-recurring is defrayed over those cars.
Okay, so how much is the actual Kawasaki cost, forgetting the consultants and everybody
Right
else?
now, it's $270 million for the 92 base order cars. Plus
no, per car, I mean.
2.3 million.
For the original one, or
Yes. For the base order cars, the unit price of the car alone itself is $2.3 million.
And for the options?
The options are $2.8 million.
2.8 million for the options?
Well, we've added some items in there, and also we have escalation. The option cars are escalated, and that's what we're estimating.
And
That
how about
will
for the...
fluctuate based upon when the cars are
Right,
delivered.
and how about for the Metro North one?
Metro North, their unit price, well, the overall price is $3.4 million. Their unit price of the car would be similar to ours. There's a small delta between the Metro.
2.8?
If you want, we'll go with 2.8 for the options. I can get you a better price.
But what I don't understand is, forgetting about the extra, the consultants and all this other stuff, I mean, why would the option be more than the base? $500,000 more, which is, what, 25, almost 25, more than 25%.
I think I erred in that. I believe that price is less than the 2.8 million. I apologize.
Well, wait.
I can get you a close price better than, because you have to figure an escalation.
You're asking us to, not now, but in February, we're going to come back and approve this order. You're not asking for anything now, correct?
We're not asking for anything
Right.
now.
But before we go approve this order, we ought to know what we're approving per car. I mean, this is a huge amount of money. That the fact that I would think that an option, the price would go down because they've spent all the tooling, the machine tools, all these stuff to make the original cars. Why would the option be 30% more per car?
The tooling and all is included, the tooling costs are included in the non-recurring price. So when I reference the unit price, it's just the actual, out-the-door price of the car is $2.3 million. And Metro North's car is a little bit more expensive because they have their own non-recurring that has to be spread over their 130 cars. When Metro North exercises an option, there's roughly $20 million of non-recurring because there are some subtle differences.
But forget the 20 million a second. We're talking about huge differences in these orders between the base and the option. And I'd like to understand before we have time, because you're not asking for this till February, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but before I would vote for this, I want to understand why we're paying 30% more probably per car just on the base, what you're saying, forgetting about all the extras and the consulting and the tooling and all this other stuff. Why would the cost go up? It's not that much. There's only a couple of 2013 to 2017, 4 years. You're giving them a 30% increase, it looks like to me.
Pat?
We can lay out the option car prices before we come to you for
I
approval.
mean, this is what happened
Excuse me a
before.
minute. We do need a detailed breakdown, but I think President Nowakowski has something to say, and I'd like him to get it in.
Yeah, I just want to mention a couple things. Jim is trying to give you on a cost per car basis, but there are a number of costs that go into this. One is the manufacturer deliver cost for a car, but what he referred to is non-recurring costs. Right now, the non-recurring cost basically sits on the base order because none of the options have been exercised. So whether that's spare parts, whether that's tooling, whether that's the design development cost for the cars, that cost at some point in time needs to be allocated to each and every car, but it only gets allocated when you exercise the option. So he's trying to give you an answer here, and he's trying to allocate those costs, and I think that's where part of the confusion is trying to, that's a big number. The design costs were 3 years into this contract. There's a lot of work that went into the 3 years in the contract. There's a lot of costs that are associated with that, and how you allocate that cost on a per-car basis depends on how many cars you order. And at this point in time, we've only ordered 88 cars. We haven't ordered the rest of the options.
I think we're going to need to see this in greater detail
And we can
because
provide-
it's confusing just listening to
We need
numbers.
to break that down,
Okay.
so
But there's
that's what part of the confusion is.
Pat, speaking for myself, there's no way that I would vote for this option until I really understand what we're doing here. Because on the surface, it looks like we're paying a hell of a lot more per car for the option than the original, which I don't understand.
The option cars do include an escalation cost, but compared to what we're paying for the original cars, that is not a significant number. You're right. Okay, it's a couple % a year type thing is all it'll be. So that is not a huge cost. Jim's trying to answer you off the cuff, and I think we need to give you a full breakdown of the
Absolutely.
numbers.
Absolutely.
Ms. Vanderpool was next.
Thank you. How many states are involved in the production of this car?
Off the top of my head, in the United States, 10 states.
And can you just briefly help me understand the construction cycle of the car? So I know they start in Kobe, Japan, they end in Kawasaki and Yonkers, and not with a lot of detail, but why are 10 states involved?
Kawasaki is responsible for picking their subcontractors. We leave it up to the car builder as the system integrator or the prime integrator. So they pick their subcontractors, and many are in Japan, many are in Europe, and but many of those companies also have manufacturing facilities in the United States.
Is it possible to get a list of those states?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Did we, you had mentioned a survey that we did that resulted in improvements to the bathroom and some other things. On that list of surveyed items, did Wi-Fi come back as a desirable feature? Do you know?
It was not top of the list, to be honest with you.
Really?
We consider it based upon some MTA reports that were performed that it's a wayside connectivity issue, that it wasn't recommended to put Wi-Fi onto the rolling stock.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Not that I want to belabor the point that Commissioner Saul raised, but the numbers you said roughly were, to me, it was like the design is a significant cost of this car. The design, the preliminary stuff before you talk about the per car cost, it's almost $2 million per car. And if we just talk about as if this order and you did no options, is that correct?
If we did this order and we did no options, the unit price of the car is $2.3 million.
And
that's with no non-recurring, no consultant, no third part, no force account. That's just...
That includes the design and everything else.
I think we really need to see
Okay,
this.
all right, yeah.
The off-the-cuff business is confusing.
Okay. And I'll ask a simple question I was going to ask then. It just some of the numbers seem impressive in terms of when we do design, we should think twice about not reinventing the wheel, so to speak, or redesigning equipment, just and order a lot of equipment if design is so high and costly. My impression was at some point there was an issue with the windows on the cars. Actually, our older equipment. After about 25 years, we had issues with our windows. They would become cloudy, and replacing them is a high cost. And I thought that in this car, it was difficult to find some alternate material that was light enough that wouldn't lead to that problem. And at some point there was a briefing where I was told that the material used in the window would not fade or cloud after 25 or 30 years. That they found something that was suitable.
We did. It'll be incorporated in the M9A car.
M9A. It won't be in this one.
It won't be in this car. This car will have the same poly windows as the M7.
Okay. And what is the anticipated useful life of the M9?
40 years.
40, not 30. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is Chuck next? You have nothing?
I understand we're holding that discussion, but I want to focus on two elements of that. One, would you tell me why it would make sense for you to exercise an option rather than rebidding it when you have two companies, Bombardier and Kawasaki, having substantially all, if not all, the contracts for 25 years? This is the kind of thing that happens. Why don't you rebid it and open the bidding to the world?
Chuck, if I can, I'm going to go back, okay? Non-recurring costs, design development costs, are a huge number. The more cars you buy, the more you defray that under. If we only buy 88 cars, the price of those 88 cars is going to be way above the 2.3 number that he laid out for you. The cost goes down as you exercise the option because you don't have to experience more recurring costs in the contract. Okay?
But that doesn't answer
But please, Andrew, understand, He's answering you in a way that's not consistent with the numbers, and we need to show you those numbers. That is, okay, there is a huge non-recurring cost that doesn't change if you buy one car or if you buy 700 cars.
I hear you, but I want to understand one thing. What is to bar you from putting this out for rebid with the hope of getting a lower price? I don't know of anything. Is there anything?
The price on this procurement is extremely low compared to what, and we can do some comparisons, but the price on this procurement is extremely low compared to just about any other car purchase that's going on.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to also see.
We can show you that.
Two other pieces of information. One, there's this mystery about consultants. I'd like to see a list of the consultants and what they're getting and what they're doing for it. I've always worried about consultants when it comes to the city of New York. You brought that to this table. I want to know who they are, what they're doing, and what they're getting.
What the consultants do for us is primarily two things, okay? One is they help us manage the contract. Jim has a very small in-house staff, and it's not sufficient, and we're not going to staff up to bring all the people on that we need to deal with a contract that's going to be 5 years or thereabouts from beginning to end. So that's one part of it. Two, as we go through these design processes and we do these first article inspections and design reviews and all that type of stuff, we need to have people review drawings. If we're not turning drawings around and giving comments back on a timely basis, we get hit with delay claims, as Michael will be happy to back me up on. But they are technical experts. We have that. We can provide you the name of the firm. I believe it's LT Clauder on this one.
Yes, LTK is the consultant on the M9.
Second question. You've indicated that the cars are started in terms of construction in Kobe, Japan. They then move over to Kawasaki in Lincoln, Nebraska, and then they come to New York. My question is this. What portion of the job, of the total number of jobs, are in New York? Number two, what portion of the aggregate dollars are in New York?
There's a New York State content requirement of 33.5% that Kawasaki signed up for at the beginning of the job.
I still would like to know what the portion of the dollars, the content, is that on the basis of dollars, the 33%?
Yes. It's 33% of the total cost of the job, which at this point, a majority of that is in Japan because the 14 pilots are built in Japan. But as production cars move and final assembly of the production cars will be in Yonkers.
So it'll be the aggregate cost of all of the cars, at least 30% will be in New York and 30% of the jobs?
33%, it's based on a dollar amount. It's not on a per job amount. The 33.5 was a commitment that Kawasaki made at the beginning as part of the RFP process. It was competitive.
Do we have any estimates as to the number of jobs?
There was some information provided at contract award that we can get you as far as the number of jobs created in the Yonkers area and New York State as well.
Lastly, would you tell me why we have these doors between the cars when pass-through is something that most people seem to think is a good idea? Why is it we can't do that by the 9As?
Well, the M9 will have the powered B-end door, so traveling between the B-end of the car, you'll have a push a button and both doors will open. It's primarily due to the FRA crash-worthy requirements of the F-end and the B-end of the car that limits.
So it is not a matter of choice on your part, it is a matter of compulsion by FRA.
Correct, there's a requirement to meet the crash-worthiness requirements of FRA.
Thank you.
I think Norman has an issue.
Yeah, well, it was going to be a more general procurement question, which I will get to, but I'll give you a chance to correct me if I'm wrong here in the short term. The per unit costs here, you have two separate functions pulling the per unit costs in two separate directions. You have the sunk engineering money that is upfront with the first contract. The more you dilute it with further vehicle purchases, the smaller that per unit cost will be. However, there's also an inflator which I would say attaches from two sources. One, the sort of monopoly value a producer gets when they do a real good car that you want to buy another thing of. And then there's an inflation that is normal production inflation costs and anybody would be experiencing, which are somewhat malleable. But is that a fair characterization of these two separate forces pulling, you got one equation pulling the per unit cost down, you have another equation pulling the per unit cost up, and at the end of it, it's all driven by the fact that you like this vehicle and you don't want to drop it and bring in some more fixed costs to build a whole nother thing for somebody else to bid it. Is that a fair characterization of?
Yes, that is a fair characterization, but I will say one thing. Remember, we also have an M9A procurement, and we need to do the M9A procurement because the M9A procurement must follow. There's federal money involved in the M9A procurements associated with the East Side Access Project. Because there's federal money involved, we can't use, Jim talked about the New York State content requirement. On a federal contract, you can't do those types of things. So we need to put all the federal rules and regulations in that procurement. So we do have another procurement that is in the pipeline that will be coming in the future.
Okay, so now here's my real question then. I only asked you that to ask you this. The FRA construction regs were changed or amended in November to allow for a whole different array of, again, correct me if I'm wrong, a whole different array of engineering considerations when you build a vehicle. I don't know about the pass-through stuff, but I think a lot of it has to do with crash-worthiness stuff that takes our design, American design, much more into the world engineering characteristics. Now, these are very good vehicles. All our people love working on them. Look at the main distance between failures. It's a very successful vehicle. However, it's built under the old standards. And all of your sunk costs are held to the old standards. At what point in your procurement strategy do you roll in these new engineering standards and get out from under? I mean, this takes you pretty far into car procurement, and you won't be able to, my understanding is, you won't be able to realize the economies that attach to the new standards as long as we're, in essence, we're being handcuffed by our sunk costs on the early procurement.
Yeah. The car.
I know that's pretty far in the weeds.
Yeah,
too.
the cars that Long Island and Metro North have bought historically have been married pairs. Okay, married pairs consist of one end that is connected. One end of one is connected to the back end of another permanently. There's couplers on the outer ends that connect to other married pairs to make up a train. So the outer ends where the couplers are called FNs. The other ends are called BNs. Okay? The change that we made to this contract that Jim talked about was to the BNs of car. We did so after a collision that occurred a couple years ago on Metro North where the BN collapsed on the car in the collision. The B-end strength requirements were not as significant under the FRA regulations as the A-end. They're less or so. Okay, FN, I'm sorry. I knew I was going to mess that up. So they were less or so. Those suggestions that you increase the strength of a car are typically made as a result of an NTSB investigation. And then some point in time in the future, the FRA may or may not incorporate those requirements into their regulations. In our procurement here, because we had the NTSB recommendations, but we did not yet have an FRA requirement in terms of what they were going to suggest, we used our best efforts to estimate what we thought needed to be improved on the B end, and we strengthened the B-end. That was a part of the change order that came into this contract. We strengthened the B-end of these cars to better protect them against the type of collision that occurred on Metro North.
And that will be the be-all and end-all of the decision.
Well, the FRA, to my knowledge, still has not published a requirement. So we are still ahead of what may happen. But, you know, once you build the car, they typically grandfather cars for a period of years because it's not so easy to go back and change the structural design.
Ira, then
One more, about what Norman called, I believe he called sunk costs, or what may call fixed costs for this contract. Are there any of the, and what Commissioner Merdler said about just going out and bidding again, would we have to, I mean, let's say we said we're going to put out a bid, make us an M9 car, make us an M9A car. Would we really have all those costs? Who owns, and another question is, who owns the design? Do we own it, or does Kawasaki own it? And what, I mean, that's, I don't know if you can answer now, but that would be something to get everything straight here.
Yeah.
To see what the real, compare one to the other.
Couple things. Again, the engineering costs are significant. When we show you the numbers, you will see how much the cost comes down the more cars you buy. We'll show you those numbers so you can see them firsthand. To me, it should be fairly obvious that indeed goes on. In terms of the doing another procurement, we are going to do this other procurement. And we have to do this other procurement. We don't have a choice. One of the things that very much affects the cost and exercising options is they set up a production line to build these cars. Okay, stations, the cars get moved down the production line, and one they put the seats in, another they do this. It's a production line. And once you establish, you get the people trained, and you get the production line going, the cost, that's what brings the cost down. If for some reason you do not exercise an option and they need to break down that production line and to reestablish it, there's another fixed cost that goes into the contract that's part of manufacturing costs. You know, again, that should be obvious in terms of the impact on those types of things.
I think you can see how much confusion there is. The bottom line is show us the numbers and not talk about them because too many things are flying around.
That design, we own, the MTA owns that design?
We've paid for that design, yes. It's our design.
Okay, so
I
if
mean,
we wanted
we get all the design documents.
And that's our intellectual
Do they
property?
also maintain them? Yeah, we require them because they need to make parts for us in the future.
All right, but to Chuck's question, if we wanted to issue an RFP and put the entirety of the design in an RFP and say, tell us what you would charge to build these train cars, we have the right to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Quick question. If you own the design of the car, would you tell me why it is that if we chose someone else who might bid lower, that we would be still required to pay additional manufacturing costs? I thought that the contract that we have in place now...
Now you get me an answer that I'm going to defer to the legal experts down the end about exactly what do we own and what don't we own.
Yeah, and in fact, we don't get complete ownership of the design. These cars are based on subcontractor and supplier intellectual property that's been developed over decades. So we get certain rights for use, but we don't get complete right to put it out.
Well, wait a minute. We went through this exercise previously. The idea was that when we buy product, whether it be software or the like, we would be in a position to have the licenses to go forward. And what you're telling me now is I am locked in, whether I like it or not, to the option contract to use Kawasaki?
No, it's strictly our choice.
Well, if we're going to buy these cars, yes, this is an option offered by Kawasaki.
Well, that's a
Correct.
dumb contract.
But didn't we said we spent a fortune on the design. I'm just trying to, I mean, maybe we could see the fundamental terms around that, because if we spent a fortune on that design, as we talked
Yeah.
about, and we don't even own the design, that's disconcerting.
I don't think we're going to get this resolved today. It's
Agreed.
clearly a huge issue. Andrew, you had something?
Yes, what I don't understand, Pat, okay, taking what you said, I was listening very carefully. From 2013, when we issued the base order, till now, 2017, if in fact we pick up the option, forgetting about the extra cost, but the actual manufacturing cost as given to me, the cars went from 2.3 million to 2.8 million, which is almost a 8 or 9% increase per year in the cost of the manufacturing.
Andrew, let me get back to you with those numbers. I don't believe those numbers are correct.
Oh, well, I'm just.
I don't believe they're correct, because I believe different things are being included here. So
Until we see the numbers, this conversation is going nowhere.
Right, but this is the numbers that the.
I understand, but he was feeding you apples and oranges. Okay, let us give you just apples.
So the bottom line is, just let me say this. The bottom line is, before February 17th, when you want to pick this up, so this is going to be a January procurement? Is that what this is going to be, Pat?
We're not sure when we're going to come back to you with to do the option.
But
Jim, do we even have to come back to the board? I know we would come back and advise you, but I don't know what was approved originally.
I think I defer to Mark or Rich on that one.
Well, I'll tell you
what our
one
requirement
thing.
is.
Considering this thing, you better come back to the board. Don't even think about it.
And we would. I'm just saying, I don't know what you previously approved.
That's not the right answer, Pat. Come on, there's real questions.
I don't know what you previously approved.
I think we need.
Here we should entertain a motion.
I have a question before we do so. So as we continue to understand just the procurement cost, could you also provide us, when you provide us with the list of states involved in manufacturing for these cars, would you let us to know the parts and the products that are manufactured and the cost associated with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Somebody down there had one last. Okay, I suggest that we make arrangements for a full review of the costs and that you brief us so that we have an opportunity to define, in addition to what you've already heard, what else we might like to see. Okay? Moving on to the next action item for Metro North.
Under the proposed 2017 Metro North Committee Work Plan, for the committee's review is a draft work plan for 2017 that has been prepared for the Metro North Committee based on reports that both railroads provided this past year. The draft work plan was coordinated with Long Island Railroad's work plan for consistency in reporting to the committee during the months that we meet both jointly and separately. The committee will approve the final work plan in January. Under the Diversity and EEO report, third quarter of 2016, this report is in the book and it's going to be discussed in greater detail at the Diversity Committee meeting later today.
Long Island Railroad?
I'm just going to, we're the same. As Joe said, we coordinated on the work plan. Our work plan is no different than Metro North.
And diversity is in diversity?
Yes.
In that case, we'll move on to procurements. Mr. Muir?
Good morning. There are two procurements in this month's package totaling $3,783,458. There is one non-competitive procurement in the amount of $1.975. There is one competitive procurement in the amount of $1,808,458. There are no ratifications this month. The first procurement action is a sole source contract to KD Analytical in a not-to-exceed amount of $1.975. For the ongoing maintenance services to the Protect Chemical Detection System, KD is the sole vendor for this system integration and is the holder of the maintenance contract through Smith's Detection, the original system maintainer. These detection systems are for Penn Station and GCT. Important note, the Protect system remains the industry standard and is supported and recommended by the MTA Office of Security along with the Department of Homeland Security. The sole competitive procurement is to approve an originally competitively solicited miscellaneous service contract. 4 bids were received to Abalon Exterminating Company in the not-to-exceed amount of $1.808,458. for the continuation of the existing services at M&R and New York City Transit. This is an 18-month extension per headquarters BSC to facilitate their subsequent administration and future solicitation for all agencies for exterminating services. These two items require a vote.
I move these items. Is there a second? Now may we have discussion? Mr. Mordler.
On the Avalon contract, if I understand the procurement correctly, it was adopted for a 4-year term in 2011, running through 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in 2015, you asked for an extension to 2017, correct? And that was done without competitive bidding, right?
That's correct.
And now you're asking for another 18 months or so to allow you time to initiate and complete a consolidated renewal contract. Where have you been for the last 2 years?
Again, sir, it was extended with anticipation. Again, the consolidation aspects and headquarters BSC taking over is not new. This was just allowed this to run itself through. We spoke to the BSC, and this is what they felt they needed in a time period to go out and do the larger solicitation.
When did you speak to BSC?
It would have to have been within the last year.
What happened with the prior year?
Again, this was a joint solicitation that just at this time, only Transit and Metro North were participating in. As with all joint procurements through the agencies, trying to get all of the agencies consolidated into one group is difficult. Therefore, it was decided to wait for the BSC to continue on with its efforts to consolidate all of these services throughout all the agencies.
I have no wish to jump on you, but my point is one that Mr. Saul has made for years and others of us have made. Competition, bidding, seeking solicitations. We're not doing it. Again and again and again, we hear this excuse at the last minute, I need more time. Wrong.
Other questions? Ira?
On KD Analytical, how much, does anyone know how much this costs to install these systems at Penn and Grand Central?
I'd like to remind everyone that this is a security issue, and we may have to go into security to discuss it. And that, executive session.
Well, if someone can't tell me, that's fine. I'm just going to get to what's in this is the one system we have to use, correct? We have no choice. Can you tell me why we can't have a maintenance contract that's longer than a total of 3 years, since we're going to use this system?
I can answer that. Yes, it's strictly a funding issue. We're looking to, would have extended it further, but identification of the funding for the out years wasn't available. So this is why we had an immediate need, so we're addressing the immediate need. But to your point, yes, if we could have gone longer, we probably would have.
Can you tell me, without us going to executive session, what's the useful life of this system? Or you can get back to me.
I can't speak to that, sir.
Let's get back to you on
All right.
that one.
Okay.
I think that's not to be discussed here. Additional questions? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Long Island Railroad?
This morning, some additional information was brought to our attention on our procurement item, and we're going to pull that item this month.
There's only one procurement. I don't think I've ever been to a railroad committee meeting where there was no procurement for someone. Okay. Okay. Monthly reports.
For Metro North, all the reports are in the book, and everybody's here and available if you have any questions.
The same for us.
Same. Do you have questions about the monthly reports? Is that a yes, Mr. Zuckerman? Oh, okay. Motion to adjourn. Second? We're, oh, I adjourned the meeting, but I'd be happy to listen to you myself. Was that a yes or a no?
blowing the train horns and put that information through his new system at Fordham Station. Thank you.
Morning. We'll call to order in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The Transit and Bus Committee meeting for December is called to order. Are there any members of the public who are registered to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 6 speakers this morning. The first speaker is Omar Vera.
Good morning, MTA Transit Committee Board, and welcome to Great December. Before I first let me talk about the upcoming Clark Street Tube plan. I agree with this plan for Fix and Fortify because it's time to fully repair all the tunnels needed in order for the subway to keep functioning. Thank you, Mr. Cafiero. But I would like to make one more recommendation for this. I mentioned this back in June, and it's time to extend the 6th train to South Ferry, to the old South Ferry Loop Station once the one train's new South Ferry station reopens, just to increase passenger flow, especially when Fix and Fortify fully kicks in to the Clark Street Tube. It's a way to basically improve transit. I'm also a little concerned about, well, let me mention, to your credit, I was at Lexington 63rd Street last week. All the walls, the construction walls, everything has been removed from there. So it's a credit to Dr. H and a credit to all of you for moving on with 2nd Avenue. But we need to be consistent to have a final date for when all the stations open, because all the stations need to be open simultaneously, because it's better for the public. And it creates less confusion. And finally, I would like to congratulate President Haycom on 1 year that she became president of New York City Transit after returning from New Jersey Transit. Over the past years, many of her work has like the restoration of W train, as well as the L train shutdown, among many other projects, have been fully made. Thank you, Madam President. And this is your home. And thank you all for having me here. Have a happy holidays. And, oh, one more thing. Thank you for holding these public hearings regarding the fare change. I'll discuss more about that in the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Vera. The next speaker is Murray Bowden.
Very healthy New Year for you. I won't see you before New Year's. On last Thursday, I spoke at the Port Authority board meeting. The big issue is the bus garage that they're discussing. I was speaking with Bob Gordon, who's the New Jersey State Senate Majority Conference leader, and I said to him that I thought the 7th Avenue subway could be extended to Secaucus quite easily. Part of the infrastructure is already there. He was not aware of that, and I think I'm correct on that. The other point I made was that the commuter buses that you are buying are over-the-road, long-distance commuter buses. Bolt Bus and Megabus uses low-floor buses to go back and forth to Boston, Chicago, Washington. The commuter buses that you should be using are low-floor. They would load faster. They weigh less. There would be less dwell time at the stations. And they're quite successful. Very few people bring luggage on your commuter buses. I was told that you're using those buses because people think they're more elegant. Well, less elegance, the same elegance can be built into a low-floor bus. It goes faster. It loads faster. Dwell time is an issue. And the bus station will be constructed or reconstructed on 34th Street can be designed for lower weight buses. This is something that I will be at New Jersey Transit tomorrow, recommending that they also change their buses, their commuter buses, to low-floor, lighter buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. The next speaker is Frederick Wells. Mr. Wells will be followed by David Paul Gerber.
Good morning, folks. I'm Frederick Wells. What needs to be done with the Queens bus service is as follows. 1. Add select bus service to the Q25, Q43, Q46, and the Q113, 114. Increase service on the X63, X64, and X68 routes to where all routes run between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m. on weekdays and between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. on weekends. Add new express service to Lower Manhattan around here following much of the 63, 64, and 68 routes in Queens. Add new express service to downtown Brooklyn, service in eastern Queens and western Queens via the Long Island Express and BQE. Extend the BX41 from the Bronx select bus service to LaGuardia Airport at all times. Extend the Q27 to Rosedale, 148th Ave, Francis Lewis Boulevard at all times with improved limited stop service running 7 days a week. More frequent service to the Q1, Q2, Q12, and Q36 routes, and perhaps maybe other routes I'm not mentioning right now, but those routes that I just mentioned. The possibility of extending the Q111 to Far Rockaway via Peninsula Boulevard when the Q113 and 114 operate select bus. The 113 and 114 select bus should both travel the Nassau Expressway, while the 111s will replace the 114 on local streets between Far Rockaway and Five Towns, with the exception of late nights when the 114 is local. And then perhaps you should start, because you're talking about a freedom ticket, you should start a community shuttle in Southeast Queens to connect the Long Island Railroad stations in Lawton, Locust Manor, St. Albans, Queens Village, along with new bus routes along Linden Boulevard, West America Boulevard, and Fox Boulevard at policy headways of 30 minutes for network coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. The next speaker is David Paul Gerber. He will be followed by Jason Pinheiro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, board committee members. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy Hanukkah to everyone, and Happy New Year. I'm talking about in relation to the agenda item of the 2 and 3 Fixed and Fortified Sandy project, which involves the reconstruction of the Clark Street Tunnel, about the 4th or 5th most heavily damaged tunnel from Hurricane Superstorm Sandy. With relation to the Clark Street project, I always admire the service plans that New York City Transit. However, one of my concerns, which I've always been addressing for years with regard to the plan, is the information that conductors use to notify the public. At Park Place and Fulton Street, these stations are closed. They are transfer points to the A and C. Additionally, at Fulton Street, they are also transferred to the J train. In my observations, for example, the A and C, when it was under reconstruction, conductors on the 2 and 3 were not notifying or not telling them that the A and C was closed. In fact, on October 20th, I had to help customers who were lost at Fulton Street thinking that the J train was open when the J also was suspended due to work. This is also going to reverberate to the 2 and 3 project. I'm concerned right now, and then the committee should look at the announcements on weekends when the A and C stop at Chambers and Park Place. Additionally, the R at Borough Hall. I'll be going out there during the project, and I'll make my observations in Gerber's Road. The committee should also look at these projects not as a whole to make sure that the right announcements are being made. The conductors don't have to tell the whole story, but they should at least have the knowledge that when the A and C is suspended and the 2 and 3 are suspended, that they can tell the customers the right information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber. The next speaker is Jason Pinheiro. He'll be followed by Orrin Getz.
Good morning, committee, and Merry Christmas. I'm going to talk about the fix and fortify of Clark Street. This project is way overdue. It should have been done years ago, but thank you, Cafiero, once again. Question, is the 42nd Street shuttle going to be operating overnight like it always does when there's general orders? Second of all, happy anniversary to Mrs. Hakem to returning back home. Third of all, we want the Q10 limited to be SBS because it's not fair that LaGuardia Airport has 2 select bus services routes, but not JFK. And since that Dr. H is here, we demand him to be more transparent regarding the inauguration day of 2nd Avenue subway and not leaving us in suspense like it happened for the past 3 months. And I would like the MTA to take back the Long Island bus, because since the Nassau County is facing a gigantic deficit, the MTA should take back the Long Island bus. And that's all I have to say this month. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro. The next speaker and final speaker is Orrin Getz.
Good morning, everybody. Happy holidays. My name is Orrin Getz. I recently attended a meeting of the New York Metropolitan Transportation Council, and the presentation was by Lou Frenick of the Port Authority concerning the new Port Authority bus terminal. And a major plan is to increase the capacity of the new terminal from 237,000 daily passengers to 330,000 daily passengers. That's going to have a profound effect on Community Board number 4 here in New York City and how these people integrate into the MTA transit facilities here in Manhattan. And we have to seriously look at what is going on. I don't know how they're going to get all those buses through the Lincoln Tunnel. I know Ronnie Hakam is familiar with the whole situation when she was over at New Jersey Transit. One of the options that did come out and will come out is the possibility of the extension of the number 7 subway train to Secaucus. That has to be looked into by both MTA and New Jersey Transit. Just to let you know, this Friday, the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority is also having a presentation on this project. And it is a critical project to New York and how both the MTA and New Jersey Transit handle it, and also how the Port Authority handles it. It's going to cost big bucks, and we have to know what's going on, and we have to know that the facilities here in New York can handle it. Thank you very much, and do have a happy holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Getz. That was the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. The minutes from the November committee meeting are in the committee materials. May I have a motion to approve? Is there a second? Are there any comments or changes to the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting the minutes? Second, oh, that's right. Minutes are adopted. President Hakam, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning. This morning, I'd like to bring to your attention that included in our agenda this month, not a change to the work plan, but rather a proposed 2017 committee work plan. Barring any comments or changes, this work plan will be the one presented to you in January, at which time we will seek your approval of that.
Are there any present questions or comments on that? Hearing none, I'll ask President Hakam to take the floor and make her report.
Thank you. So some parts of our region experience some snow, and we know and recognize that winter is upon us. So at Transit, as we did this weekend, we've been reviewing our storm plans, checking inventories and equipment, and ensuring overall that we're ready for inclement weather. Also this year, coincident with my first year back, we did have many challenges and accomplishments, and I think it would be appropriate to just take a moment to say that as I reflect on the year that has passed and reflect on our trials and triumphs of the year, it is really with great gratitude that I address you, our board members, and the TA committee in your support for me. And I would also be remiss if I didn't look at my executive leadership team here at the dais and acknowledge with heartfelt gratitude their support and thanks for all the work that has been going on this year. I think it is appropriate to say that we represent the tip of a 48,000-person iceberg, and it is really all of those individuals who deserve our collective thanks and recognition at the year end of all of the work that has gone on. And last, let me just take this opportunity to wish you a festive holiday season and a safe holiday season for you and your families, and I look forward to oncoming 2017 and sharing the same with you again. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
For the subway portion of the operations report, I'll ask Winton Habersham to take the floor.
Good morning. The 12-month system-wide weight assessment in October was 78.4%, which is unchanged from the prior month and 1% higher than last year. Presently, weight assessment on the B division is based on a sample of data collected manually by traffic checkers, unlike the A division, which is derived from ATSA. For this reason, statistically valid weight assessment results are only available on a 12-month rolling basis in the B division. We are pleased to report that starting in January, we will begin recording 100% electronic weight assessment data on the B division. This will be achieved by integrating iTrack, our electronic train recording system, with the newly installed Programmable Logic Controller, or PLC, track circuit data. The January 2017 weight assessment operating statistics, which will be presented at the March 2017 meeting, will report monthly weight assessment for the A and B division lines. This data will constitute a 100% sample and therefore be more representative of actual service provided in the B division. Moving to monthly statistics will provide our operations management with a stronger tool for analyzing performance and the impacts of the changes we implement. The 12-month fleet MTBF in October was 113,363 miles, which is 17% lower than a year ago. The monthly fleet MTBF was 115,587, which is 6% lower than a year ago. Our first R179 5-car unit continues to undergo testing. A second 5-car unit was delivered in November and has begun testing as well. The linking of these two units together allows us eventually to perform a full operational test, and that should be occurring in the coming months. Last month, the committee inquired about subway station PES scores and station elevator entrapments. In general, weather conditions have a significant impact, with colder weather causing more entrapments. Although door opening systems can fail under any weather condition, when it's cold, these systems are more likely to experience mechanical failures as well as electrical component failures, such as blown fuses. Fortunately, elevator entrapments have been declining. From January to November 2016, there were 99 fewer entrapments than in the same period last year, a decline of 19%. Lastly, I would like to join President Haycom in extending my sincere appreciation to the 28,000 dedicated and hardworking employees of the Department of Subways who make our service possible, really. And I wish all employees, as well as our riders, a safe and happy holiday and a wonderful new year. This concludes our operating report.
Mr. Merdler.
Mr. Haversham, I'd like to take you first to page 26 of the book. I want to talk about mean distance between failures. As I read the numbers, on the A line, we have a negative position of 5.4%, and on the B line, it's over 25%. Why?
Well, Commissioner, as I often report, a lot of the, we look at the car classes in two ways. One is the millennial fleet, which is a reflection of the R142, which was delivered in 2000, thereabout and beyond. And then there's the legacy fleet, which is the predominant amount on the B division, predominantly on the B division. So that's why you would experience that. We have those numbers because it's the legacy fleet, which can average anywhere from 35 to 40, 50 years old with certain cars, is in that division, and they present more challenges for keeping them operating.
But if you look at page 37, you will see that the millennial fleet, to which you have just made reference, the R142, has had significantly worse performance. The R142A has it worse performance, and the R143. These are the newer ones.
Right.
Is this a problem of deferred maintenance? Where's the problem?
So, as I mentioned, the R142s are about 14, 15 years old now. and they have gone through a system, an SMS cycle. They are in the process of going through another one, and we are looking at some changes that were made in the past years where we have extended the SMS cycle. We went from approximately 6 years to 7 years, and we're starting to see some challenges with the operation with reflecting that are reflected in those numbers, and we are giving consideration to making some changes with that. We've made some changes even in the leadership with car equipment, and the new CMO is looking at the processes by which overhauls are being performed in Coney Island Yard.
But these are among the newer cars. And my question is, why would you defer them longer in terms of maintenance?
Yeah,
Why did you do that?
I can't speak to the details as to why it was done too accurately, but they were done. It was done about 4 or 5 years ago, and with good intention, with good intention. But it seems that it hasn't worked out as well as we might have wanted it to.
Is it possible that this was done in the fiscal crisis? Because it's really having an impact now.
Yeah.
Your mean distance has really skyrocketed.
It is related to that, sir.
Let me, if I may, Mr. Chairman, ask another question. Mr. Havisham, on the A division, we have 3 lines that have 2/3 of the time a weight assessment that is not good, 66%. 2/3 of the time, they don't get there when they're supposed to. We have massive delays in a variety of areas, system-wide. It's fallen on terminal basis from 67%, which wasn't good last year, to 64% this year system-wide. Now, I have a problem with that for this reason. We are told that we are going to constrain traffic in the city of New York, or at least on the island of Manhattan, in order to put people more on the subways. Fine, that's a policy decision, good, bad, or indifferent. Now we find that they get to the subways and they can't get the subway trains on time. And my question is, what does it take to get them on time? Is it new signals? What is it? It's not the men and women who operate those vehicles. I just want to know why we are so remiss in getting trains to their places and people to their jobs on time and home.
It's a very, very complex situation with that, Commissioner. As we've mentioned before, different lines have different challenges. By and large, the weight assessment is wholly different from on-time performance. You did mention just both metrics just now, and so with on-time performance, we find that obviously that is the train getting to the terminals within 5 minutes of its schedule, and that will vary throughout the day. You know, you will have the time period during the rush hour or the peak period when trains, the throughput is really challenged by the crowding and the dwell time in the stations. We find that even though in midday you have crowding, and even in the evening, riding the trains last week, there's a lot more people riding the trains.
But the statistics show that the ridership is down in the past month, and yet the delays are increasing. I don't wish to embarrass or give you a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You and your colleagues are doing the very, very best that anyone can do under the circumstance. But I want to focus on the fact we need to, at some point, this board at some point needs to understand, what does it take to get there on time? And let me compound the problem. The buses have an enormous problem. We don't have statistics, which I think we should have, on delays in the bus system. We have no comparable data. But there's no question you folks have huge delays. Your drivers face enormous challenges. The constraining of traffic clearly compounds that. So that what we have overall is a situation in which mass public transit is not achieving the goal that you want it to achieve, that you are working hard to achieve, that the men and women who are driving those trains and who are operating those buses are working hard to achieve. We're not doing the job. Why?
So
We're not getting the result.
if I may, there are some things that are just real constraints. Level of construction that goes on in the system, a real constraint. The need for new subway cars. Winton reported that the R179s were just starting to see the benefit of that order. And through 17 and into 2018, as those new cars come on board, that will be a contributing positive factor. And then the work on the signal system. All of them do contribute to these constraints. But
I've asked this question before. How much would it cost to upgrade the signal system so that the headway can be reduced? I need to know that, and I think the board needs to know that because it's time. I need to know from the bus people, and I think the board needs to know from the bus people, what does it do to help the drivers get there on time? Because they want to. What does it do to take care?
Mr. Merdler, can we get the subway answer first and then get to buses later, as our agenda prescribes? Just a suggestion.
I understand.
Thank you.
We'll take back the signal question and come back to you.
The signal question is related to the train traffic ahead of you.
Yes.
Which delays your ultimate trains.
And throughput, absolutely.
Just so we're clear, I think Mr. Merdler is asking for the prognosis for CBTC construction on the remainder of our lines. Am I wrong? Okay. Yes. Mr. Greenberg and then Mr. Vidiello.
Just to piggyback on Commissioner Myrtle's comments, I don't think it was limited to signals. I think it's, if CBTC is going to greatly improve our reliability or the service we provide to customers, okay, then that's the solution. But we've had, this is a rolling average number, and there's consistent declines across the system, and that's something we should try to reverse. It's challenging, it's difficult, I understand that. But what the solutions are is a great question, and there's only, in A division, there's only 2 that show positive. And in B division, it's similar. But let's see what happens after we get more reliable statistics in March. I just don't. It's frustrating to see this, as Mr. Myrtle pointed out. It doesn't have to be that signals is the solution. It's probably one of many. And I think it'd be good if the board had a better understanding of where we're headed in the next year, in the next 5, the next 10 years, to make sure that service becomes more reliable.
I don't want to speak for Commissioner Merdler, but I think the fundamental question was, and I think it does, buses and the subways, there's an interplay here, is how do we think more cohesively about the service we're providing? Because surface transportation, non-bus surface transportation, is almost a non-viable option, at least in Manhattan. And that's a policy decision, as you said. It's not our decision to make. It's not clear if it's being constrained intentionally or not intentionally. It's neither here nor there. We have to be responsive to it. And right now, it isn't necessarily, the other mass transportation options aren't that reliable because of factors that are largely out of your control, and you're working very hard to work around. But I think it's more a question of, is there a way to look at this comprehensively, even if it has some radical ideas for how to improve some of that service, and even if we have to turn to our partners like the police department and others for things like enforcement on the bus or other things. I think that's really the question, is maybe we need to undertake that effort.
Ms. Vanterpool.
For the benefit of my fellow commissioner, just so you know, a lot of the transit advocacy groups have been working on this issue for many years with the staff at both the MTA and New York City Transit. And there are some key recommendations out there, and notably with regards to improving bus service, we know that physically dedicating lanes to buses, which is New York City's Department of Transportation's purview, is something that we need to move forward on. And there's a good deal of political discussion around something like that. But I just want to let you know that these conversations have indeed happened. Your point is very well taken, and there are currently ideas out there on how to move this forward and start thinking about transit and bus service more cohesively. And to Commissioner Mortler's suggestions about what do we need to be doing to improve subway and bus service, well, we have several blueprints out there. It's just a question of let's not recreate another blueprint. Let's start taking a lot of the initiatives that are coming both from the agency and the advocacy community and implementing them.
Mr. Merdler.
I promise I'll be brief. Look, it does some good, but not a lot of good, to have dedicated bus lanes when every other lane in the road is either double parked and no enforcement, or it is a bike lane that is twice as large as 4 bicycles riding alongside each other can utilize, or it is in other ways hampered. This city has an affirmative policy of constraining traffic in Manhattan and elsewhere. That policy has got to be lifted until such time as mass public transit can get the arms and the legs to do the job it wants to do, that the drivers want to do, that the people who operate the trains want to do. And until we get that done, we have to take a look at this globally. And indeed, we ought to look at it regionally as well.
Now maybe we're ready for the bus report.
Good morning. The 12-month rolling average for MDBF through October is 6,104 miles, a 29% improvement over the same period last year. I want to take this opportunity to highlight the particular challenges of operating buses during this time of year. The switch from daylight savings time to standard means that the sun sets during the afternoon rush hour. The holiday season also brings a record number of tourists and traffic congestion to the city. New York City statistics have shown that the earlier onset of darkness, compounded by seasonal congestion, results in a citywide increase in the number of serious pedestrian injuries and sometimes fatalities. Bus Operations has implemented a targeted seasonal safety campaign in line with the city's Vision Zero Dust and Darkness Safety Initiative. At this month's Safety Committee, Steve Vidal will present some of the steps that we have taken to mitigate these challenges, which include targeted communication campaigns as well as new analytic tools to improve safety strategies. In keeping with our tradition, this holiday season we are running our fleet of vintage buses in revenue service until December 21st. These buses, which represent General Motors and Mack models, operated in revenue service from the 1940s through the early 1970s. They are currently running on the M42 on weekdays between 9 and 5, weather permitting. In their day, these buses represented the state-of-the-art in surface transit design. For example, buses from the 1950s were the first to include customer amenities such as air conditioning, air ride suspension, and push-type rear exit doors. As I mentioned last year, seeing these vintage buses in revenue service is of particular significance to me, as my father and I both were privileged to drive some of these buses in regular service. Today, the next generation of buses is building on the legacy of excellence, which new high-tech customer amenities such as Wi-Fi, USB ports, and digital information screens will be installed. Finally, to echo Ronnie and Winton's sentiments, I want to acknowledge the 18,000-plus women and men of buses who ensure that we safely and reliably move 2.5 million New Yorkers every day. I cannot thank them enough for their hard work. I would also like to thank all my colleagues at the MTA and this committee particularly for your continued support of our bus operations throughout the year. I wish you all a very safe and happy holiday season, and this completes my report.
Any further questions on the bus? Mr. Merdler.
I have one question. Is it feasible to prepare next year a schedule which shows bus delays so that we can pin down where they're occurring, at least which boroughs, which sides, and how long it is? Because I'm sure it's going to show delays beyond what you would want and what the bus driver would want. And I want to be able to demonstrate that.
Yes, we have that information. We
Can the
can
board
lay
get
that
that?
out. Absolutely.
Is there, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, could you do the kind of breakdown you do on subway delays, giving proportions and numbers?
Yes, so
based on what causes the delay?
So firstly, we will be moving to a different type of report in early 2017. We will start reporting weight assessment to the board. So that will be our performance factor and indicator as it relates to the quality of service. And then we can also, in those discussions, talk about what are the causes. I think most of it has been covered today.
And when we prepare that report, can we also track by time what the significant changes on a particular bus route were to the traffic pattern? So if they now made a left turn only lane on a particular avenue, or so that we can see if there's a cause and effect.
Absolutely, but when you look at the order of magnitude, there's 300 bus routes. So it'll be somewhat voluminous to do that for every route. So we were thinking about different strategies to keep the board informed effectively, but not, overwhelm the data, because it's a lot.
Any further questions on the totality of the operations report? Then I'll ask Cheryl Kennedy to present the safety report.
Okay, good morning. Turning to the first grid on safety performance, results were as follows. With the exception of fires, all items discussed refer to rates. Subway customer accidents decreased when comparing the 12-month period of October 2015 through September 2016 with the prior 12 months. Subway fires decreased when comparing November 2015 through October 2016 with the prior 12-month period. 99.7% of the fires for the current 12-month period were of low or average severity, with most occurring along the right-of-way attributed to debris. Bus collision injuries were down when comparing the 12 months ending October 2016 with the prior 12-month period. Bus collisions and collision accidents were up for the same period. However, when comparing the current month to the previous month, bus collisions and customer accidents were both down. Employee lost time accidents for the 12 months ending October 2016 increased when comparing it to the previous 12 months period. When comparing the current month to the previous month, employee lost time accidents decreased by 7%. As noted on the second grid on leading indicators, progress toward the goals continues, and we believe we will achieve the goals. That completes the safety report.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the safety report? Chief Coogan, would you please present the crime report?
Okay. Good morning. Through November this year, crime in the transit system is down 3%, with 68 fewer incidents in 2016 than in 2015. The decline in total major felonies was led largely by a decrease in robbery incidents, with 19 fewer robberies in November, a 35% decline. This brought the daily average number of robberies down from 1.7 in October of last year to 1.1 during this past month. We are hopeful that with the continuing downward trend, 2016 will likely be our second lowest year on record for robberies in the transit system. There were similar reductions in grand larcenies, with 13 fewer incidents this past month compared to November of last year. During the month, there were 2 fewer felony assaults, though there are 40 more felony assault incidents this year than during the same period last year. With total major felonies down 3% for the year-to-date average number of crimes per day has declined from 6.8 to 6.6. With the holiday season now well underway, we have increased our presence in areas that have historically seen higher volume during this busy time. Our operations are centered on individuals who see the holidays as a criminal opportunity, and part of our focus in each transit district is on popular shopping areas. This, of course, includes the busy midtown areas such as Herald Square, Times Square, Rockefeller Center, and Union Square. Travelers can expect that our holiday presence will also be supplemented by our specialized units such as K-9, crime prevention teams, and our anti-terrorism unit. Resources will also be deployed as needed in and around other major transit hubs where holiday travel brings increased ridership. This busy time of year is also an excellent opportunity to remind subway riders to remain alert and aware of their surroundings. As New Yorkers and visitors become busy with travel, shopping, sightseeing, or attending events during this festive time of year, we encourage everyone to remain alert and continue to make safety a priority. Finally, Chief Fox and I would like to thank each of the members of this board, each of the members of New York City Transit, and the members of our NYPD Transit Bureau for their hard work this past year. We have many reasons to be proud of women and men who keep our city and its subways safe. We would therefore like to wish each of you and your families a safe and enjoyable holiday season and all the best in the new year ahead. With that, I welcome any questions or suggestions that you may have.
Mr. Merdler.
Chief, you and your folks are doing a spectacular job, and I congratulate you.
Thank you.
The MTA police have reported a fourfold increase in their jurisdiction in public lewdness. They have also reported a significant increase in sexual assaults. Those statistics are buried somewhere in this mess. They're not separately laid out, and I'm not asking you to do more paperwork. I'm asking you, do you have a sense whether that has also occurred on the subways?
Yes. Total sex crimes for the year were up 200. 913 versus 713. And the two biggest categories are forcible touching and public lewdness. With forcible touching being up 113 incidents, public lewdness up 71 incidents. And also unlawful surveillance is showing an increase with 15 incidents.
When you bag somebody for public lewdness, what do? You give them a summons, or?
Oh, no, they're arrested.
You're arrested.
Yes.
Does the program that Mr. Henley and the president of New York City Transit have been starting to work on in terms of tracking crimes extend to that, do you know?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
It seems to me that at this time of year, particularly with kids going on the trains and the buses and the subways and what have you, that we have to be particularly alert for this sort of stuff. It does the city of New York no good. It does nobody any good. Frankly, if it were up to me, even though I do try to obey the law, I'd lock them up and throw the key away. But it seems to me that I would urge you to see if your folks could pay particular attention to these two areas during the month ahead.
Just some of the things that we've done in regards to sex crimes. We met with New York City Transit, the MTA. They now have on their website, where you can report directly if you're a victim of a sex crime or if you're a witness. They, in turn, send their reports that they get on this website over to us. There's a sex crimes unit, not sex crimes, sorry, that was the old unit, special victims unit. I was a member of that years ago. So the special victims unit now has one that's dedicated just to transit incidents. So it's a dedicated unit that just does all the sex crimes in the subway system. Also, we've been encouraging reporting. People have cameras, and you see it now on media. You're watching the news. People with their cell phones, everybody has a camera. Not that we encourage it, but a lot of women have been taking pictures of these people. And one thing we've been doing, we've been getting it out to the media quickly, and arrests have been made, with these incidents. We also have Hollebeck, women's advocacy group. They come in, they do training for our officers, our supervisors, during, regular training that we have. And there's an arrest ratio of 51.7 for these incidents. Just last week, in 2 days, we locked up 3 level 3 sex offenders, that are, level 3 sex monitor, being monitored by the, the monitoring unit. One for public lewdness, one which was for a past incident, and the cops had the wanted poster on their phone, and they saw the person, and he was arrested. And the other one for it was a forcible touching act in progress. So we're out there doing a lot with the, the sex crimes, and we feel that's why, part of the reason for the increase.
you can, at roll call, suggest to the men and women of your excellent force that they pay attention to this even more than they already do. That would be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you.
Chief, if you're keeping statistics on sex crimes, are you also keeping them on hate crimes?
We have a hate crimes unit that I can get you that number.
I think that would
You know,
probably
I don't
be
have
good
it
if
right
that
here,
was
but I can get that
reported
for you.
regularly as well.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, it's, yeah, every hate crime goes to our hate crimes unit, you know. And obviously, we can get those numbers.
Chief, if there's a material increase in those incidents, would it not be wise to report them as we do every other?
Oh, yes, they are reported.
No,
We've had
to
a-
us.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Salmons.
Yes.
Kind of proactively address this issue where there seems to be an atmosphere of upticks in hate crimes?
Well, like I said, we do have a unit that's dedicated just to investigating those crimes. We take it very seriously. You know, we always have. You know, and there's a unit that investigates them, you know, whether the uptick now or in the past.
So, thank you, Chief. We'll see that metric as well as every other thing we measure with respect to crime at our next meeting, I presume.
Yes, I'll have that for you.
I have another, does anyone have another question? Because I have one. You mentioned an increase in felony assault this reporting period. One, could you quantify that, please? And second, could you tell the committee to what you might attribute that?
Okay. For the year, we have, we're up in felony assaults by 40 for this reporting period that I'm reporting on. Out of those incidents, 134 are by force. Now, there's certain assaults that are made felonies because of who they're against. So if a police officer sees a person evading the fare, the person struggles with them, the police officer gets injured, it's a felony assault. Also on a transit worker, if they get assaulted. If motorman's driving by or the conductor, they have their head out the window, somebody slaps them. It would be a misdemeanor assault, but because they're a transit worker, it raises it to a felony. By age, if you're a certain age, and you get assaulted by a person who's a certain amount of years younger than you, again, it would be a misdemeanor assault for somebody closer in age, but it, you know, makes it felony assault for that category. So that there are a certain amount of assaults that we have in those categories. Also, many of the incidents that we have, they do start over an argument, over a seat. Somebody getting off the train, they get into words because somebody doesn't get out of the way. You know, so a lot of incidents, you know, are due to the volume in the subway system, which is a good thing. We want people riding the subways. But a lot of the incidents do get into people either not, you know, practicing good manners or, you know, and getting into words with each other.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, just to follow up, if you were to lay out, what would be, is fare evasion the trigger for the majority of these issues?
Of the assault?
Fare evasion, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So fare evasion is the main contributor.
I mean, there's others, but that's most of them.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Now for the finance report, our CFO of Transit, Michael Chubak.
Thank you and good morning. Preliminary October 2016 New York City Transit farebox revenue of $376.7 million was $1.2 million, or 0.3% above forecast. Year-to-date revenue was $3,670 million, $10.4 million, or 0.3%, also above forecast. Preliminary October 2016 operating expenses were below forecast by $13.3 million, or 2.2%. Labor expenses were below forecast by $3.9 million, due largely to underruns in health and welfare and OPEB current expenses, resulting mainly from the favorable timing of retiree health care credits. Non-labor expenses were lower than forecast by $9.4 million, with positive results reported in several accounts. Year-to-date, operating expenses were higher than forecast by $63.4 million, or 1%, while non-labor expenses were below forecast by $26.5 million. Labor expenses exceeded forecast by $89.9 million, reflecting additional workers' compensation reserve requirements in the first half of 2016 based on an updated actuarial estimate. Turning now to ridership, preliminary October 2016 New York City Transit ridership totaled 205.9 million, which was 0.6% below forecast. Before continuing with comparisons of October 2016 average weekday ridership results against those from October 2015, I need to point out certain calendar differences between the 2 years that affected the results. Specifically, in 2016, 3 Jewish religious holidays fell on weekdays in October, resulting in public schools being closed and lower than normal weekday ridership on those days. In 2015, none of those holidays fell in October. And with that background in mind, I can now report that average weekday subway ridership was 5.8 million in October 2016, a decrease of 3.6% from 2015. Despite the decline, subway ridership exceeded 6 million on 10 different weekdays in October. New York City Transit local bus ridership was 2 million, a decrease of 6.1%, while express bus ridership was 42,000, a decrease of 0.6%. And finally, paratransit ridership was 27,000, a decrease of 3%. And due to the early scheduling of this month's committee meeting, preliminary revenue and expense results for November 2016 are not available at this time. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chubak. Are there any questions on the finance report? Mr. Albert.
On page 63, where you show ridership on the various systems, on the weekdays, I don't see Metro North there, and it normally is. What happened?
So we did not receive that information from Metro North in time, and as a result, we didn't show them over here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Chubak. Now for the MTA bus finance report, Darrell Arick.
October 2016 farebox revenue was $18.1 million, or 1.3% above forecast. Total MTA bus non-reimbursable expenses year-to-date through October were over forecast by $1 million, or 0.2%. Labor expenses were higher by $18.7 million, or 4.5%, primarily due to the timing of interagency billing and reimbursable projects, unfavorable rate variances, and higher workers' compensation reserve requirements that were based on an actuarial update. Non-labor expenses favorable by $17.7 million, or 12.6%, due to the timing of maintenance contracts and material expenses and favorable fuel costs. For ridership, MTA bus preliminary ridership for October 2016 was 10.8 million, or 0.9% above forecast. Both the 12-month rolling average for weekday and weekend ridership through October 2016 remained relatively flat as compared to the prior year. And this concludes the MTA bus finance and ridership reports.
Are there any questions on this report? Then we're ready to go to the capital program and John O'Grady.
Good morning. Looking at capital program results, commitments during October 2016 total $178 million. This included a $164 million project for the modernization of the Kings Highway interlocking on the Culver Line, along with passenger station local area network at 6 stations in the Bronx and Brooklyn. Completions during the month of October totaled some $97.5 million. This included replacement of tunnel lighting by in-house forces of approximate value of $20 million on the 63rd Street line in Manhattan, replacement of yard lighting at Jerome and Pelham yards in the Bronx, station component repair at 2 locations on the Queens Boulevard line, 1 location on the 8th Avenue line, and 2 locations on the Canarsie line. Thank you. That concludes the capital program report.
Is there any questions on Mr. O'Grady's report? Hearing none, we'll go to procurements and Steve Plachocki.
Good morning. The procurement package, which presents New York City Transit and MTACC procurements, includes 8 actions totaling $265.6 million in expenditures. I would like to highlight 2 procurement actions included in this month's agenda. The first item is the award of a competitively solicited and negotiated design-build contract for the design and construction of the Clifton Car Repair Shop in the borough of Staten Island to Prismatic Development Corporation in the amount of $163,750,000 with a contract term of 43 months. Superstorm Sandy flooded and incapacitated the existing Staten Island Railway Clifton shop with seawater. While urgent repairs were made to the facility shortly after the storm to restore limited operations, the shop is still not operating at full pre-storm functionality and experiences flooding when there is heavy rainfall. The new Clifton shop will include resiliency measures such as exterior walls that can sustain Category 2 plus 3-foot storm conditions, as well as enhanced site drainage. Also included in the new shop is new shop equipment, parts storage, administrative space, and fire and alarm and security systems. An authorizing resolution requested the use of a two-step competitive request for proposal procurement process was approved by the board in July 2015. Request for letters of interest and qualification packages for Step 1 resulted in the submission of 8 responses. Evaluation of Step 1 qualification packages resulted in 5 design-build teams submitting proposals for Step 2. Proposals were received from all 5 teams and were evaluated by the selection committee in accordance with the evaluation criteria, and 3 firms, Judlow Contracting Incorporated, Prismatic, and Skanska USA Civil Northeast, were selected to participate in negotiations. Negotiations were conducted with the 3 firms, and at the conclusion of negotiations, all 3 firms submitted their best and final offers. Upon review of the best and final offers, the selection committee unanimously recommended Prismatic for award, determining that they were both technically strong and well-suited to perform the work, and having submitted the lowest priced BAFO, ranging from $6.5 million to $20.7 million lower than its competitor, provided the best overall value to New York City Transit and Staten Island Railway based on the selection criteria. Prismatic's design approach included the most comprehensive phasing plan and had the strongest commitment to the commissioning process. In addition, Prismatic's design consultants, along with their electrical subcontractor, have extensive experience on New York City Transit projects. I would like to point out that while Prismatic has successfully performed various work for other MTA agencies, this is the first time that Prismatic will be performing work for New York City Transit, further demonstrating Transit's commitment to cultivating additional competition and awarding contracts to new firms. The second item is the award of a competitively solicited and negotiated contract for the viaduct and bridge replacement on the Myrtle Avenue line in the boroughs of Brooklyn and Queens to Chavone Construction Company, LLC, in the amount of $80,680,000 with a contract term of 24 months. This project will replace 2 elevated structures, the Bushwick Cut, a 310-foot viaduct located over Broadway and Myrtle Avenue, and a 52-foot single-span bridge located over New York and Atlantic Railway on the Myrtle line, and construct a car inspection facility at the Fresh Pond Rail Yard in Queens. Both the viaduct and the bridge are more than 100 years old, have severely deteriorated, and are in need of replacement. Prior to effecting repairs on the Canarsie Tunnel, New York City Transit has urgent need to replace both elevated structures on the M line. These repairs will resolve structural and operational issues necessary to increase service reliability on the M line for the customers during the tunnel rehabilitation. An authorizing resolution requesting the use of a 2-step competitive request for proposal procurement process was approved by the board in March 2016. Requests for letters of interest and qualification packages for Step 1 resulted in the submission of 15 responses. Evaluation of Step 1 qualification packages resulted in 5 firms being requested to submit proposals for Step 2. Proposals for Step 2 were received from 4 of the 5 firms. One of the firms did not propose, indicating that it could not provide a proposal within the time required. The 4 proposals were evaluated by the selection committee in accordance with the evaluation criteria, and 2 firms, Keywood Infrastructure Company and Chavone, were selected to participate in negotiations. Negotiations were conducted with both firms, and at the conclusion of negotiations, both firms submitted their best and final offers. The selection committee unanimously ranked Chavone as the most technically qualified firm, and its BAFO pricing of $80,680,000 was more than $10.3 million lower than its competitor and is considered fair and reasonable. The selection committee unanimously recommended Chavone for award based on the selection criteria and concurred that Chavon's baffle price provided the best value to New York City Transit. Chavon provided a strong project team with extensive New York City Transit and elevated structure experience and a plan of approach that evoked confidence that it would achieve all project milestones within the project timeline. Chavon brings a successful history of timely and/or accelerated performance of similar work in confined spaces, including Long Island Railroad, New York City Transit, and MTA Capital Construction. I'd like to point out that given the critical nature of the project schedule, acceleration provisions were included in the contract, affording New York City Transit the ability to accelerate the work during the life of the contract if an appropriate opportunity arises. I ask for your approval of all actions in the agenda.
Is there a motion to approve? Second? Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Merdler, Ms. Vanterpool, Mr. Albert.
Let me make clear that the questions I'm about to ask you do not indicate my disapproval or voting against the specific item. There are 3 procurements on the calendar today in which companies, several companies, owned by the same ultimate parent are supposedly bidding against each other. So let me illustrate. The first one you mentioned was the Prismatic win on the
Clifton Shop.
the Clifton Car Repair Shop. In the package, there were the proposals were from E.E. Cruz, Picone, Judlow, Prismatic, and Skanska. Now, of those 5, Cruz is owned, according to the report of ACS, by Flatiron, which in turn is owned by ACS. Picone is also owned by ACS, as is Chavon and Dragados. Those companies and others regularly bid against each other in form for these contracts. Now, let me take it to one step further. Judlow is almost invariably partnered with one or another of the ACS entities to bid. And to take the sublime to the ridiculous, you have a bid for a joint venture of Picone and Chavon. They have the same parent. It's not a joint bid. It's not a partnership. It's the same entity, ACS. I wanted to ask you one question on the basis of these facts, and there are 2 other companies I'm still looking into who may also fall into this, is to what extent do you take into account, if any, or seek to ascertain whether there is common ownership of entities that are at least seeming to compete against one another? The New York Times in 2012 started to dig into this area, and it's a murky one, I admit. But I want to know the extent to which we look at that, because it looks like there's competition, but it's the same parent.
Would you like a response?
Always.
Yes. We absolutely look and understand the relationships of the parent and the subs in this particular industry. It's not unusual across the country, or certainly in New York, to see these companies competing against each other, and to your point, in some instances, based upon the large size of our contracts, teaming with each other, whether it be reporting to a company that's acquired them more recently or in the past. That's not unusual, and I would argue that's not unusual across the country. Even on the West Coast, the extent to which similar circumstances exist. I will tell you that we do a thorough job of integrity vetting. We also look carefully as to whether or not there's any sense of collusion taking place between these companies. But in a particular environment where you're awarding very, very large contracts and have a fairly, I don't want to say small, but a relatively small population of contractors that can handle, A, the complexity of our projects, coupled with the bonding requirements that we have, coupled with just generally the knowledge and experience, you end up somewhat with a limited participation. I highlighted purposely the fact that Prismatic Transit has not done business with them in the past. That's an indication that we're always looking, and my team and myself are actually, and the project offices are always out attending networking forums to encourage companies that might otherwise think, because we award to companies over and over again that we may be closed. We're far from closed. And the indication that I put forward with Prismatic is a clear indication that we're very interested in bringing in additional firms. But back to your point, we're aware of it, we monitor it, and we manage it.
My concern is compounded by the following. Despite the excellent job you and your colleagues do in this area, and the IG does as well, you're not in a position to monitor collusive bidding when the people report up to the same parent. It seems to me that when you indicate there is the following people have made a bid or they've been given the papers, you ought to do two things. One, when you advise the board, you ought to indicate they have the same parent, it's the same company. Two, where you have more than one company bidding that is owned or in partnership with the same parent, you ought to send that information to the IG right away so they can help you do a check as to whether there is anything going on. And thirdly and finally, it seems to me we ought to think about whether we should allow common parent entities to bid against one another, even if it's only for the appearance of impropriety.
We could certainly take that under advisement, but I would argue that given the fairly, I'll say, active construction contracting industry that we have right now, a lot of awards and a lot, not only from our organization, but other agencies, the notion of limiting competition would not necessarily be healthy. But we could certainly look into that. I would argue also that none of the finalists here, I believe, fall into that category, right? So that they are, in fact, owned, the awardees and the finalists are owned by different companies and have no, I'll say, familial relationship.
Stephen, the answer is there were finalists who were commonly owned. When you take these four companies and more, and you look at the extent to which they bid, you're not getting competition. You're getting a mirror image. Now, I may be wrong, and you are the expert, and I will bow to that expertise. But it troubles me that we have that situation, and all I'm asking you today is to pay particular attention to it and to have the IG look at it. Understand, when Chavone was charged by the feds with violation in terms of discriminatory actions, Dragados, its parent, was the one that came into the feds. Chris Ward was the first person there, the former president or executive director of the Port Authority, acting for all of them. You can't, that doesn't look right.
If I might, just on that particular note, whenever we hold responsibility hearings with contractors, we want to make sure that the parent, the ultimate parent, is involved. Why? We don't want promises from a sub-tier contractor that we're doing business with. We want the corrective action to be spread throughout the whole organization, and as you've mentioned, the other affiliates. But I will take under what you're saying under advisement.
Next is Ms. Vanterpool, then Mr. Albert, then Mr. Ward, then Mr. Jones, then Mr. Vidiello.
With regards to the Clinton repair shop, it was difficult for me to understand if that new facility is being constructed in the same location.
It actually is, and that's why it's an interesting use of our design build. This is arguably one of the first times we're actually doing a design build in a fully operational facility, and there will be overlap at one particular point in time when they start, where they'll be working on a portion that would be evacuated, and then they will be all transitioning over and then taking over the facility. But yes, it is active.
Admittedly, this question is kind of late in the game, particularly where we are and what you're asking the board to do today. But were there other locations considered for this new facility? And the reason for my question is, if this is a site that is prone to flooding, which is what damaged the existing facility, and you're looking to strengthen and make the new facility more resilient, was part of that consideration in doing so another location that is not as flood prone?
We looked at 3 or 4 other locations. I don't have the specific details of where they are exactly on the Staten Island Railroad. but we did check out 3 or 4 other locations. This was the one that provided the layout arrangement that would work best for the Staten Island Railroad. That's why it was cited there to begin with. And the others just didn't allow for the same amount of yard storage as well as then the size of the operational facility that we needed.
The reason I ask again is $163 million is a significant cost, and I'm trying to understand, and we can continue this outside of this. Again, this is admittedly a late question at this stage of the game, but I'm trying to understand how much of that cost is to strengthen this facility in this flood-prone area as opposed to considering, other options, and you've addressed that. So just moving on to a related question. This contract is for 43 months. What happens should there be another flood situation within that timeline? Are any contingency costs associated with that kind of events incorporated into the $163 million? And then subsequently, what happens to the existing facility? Is that repurposed for something less damage prone? Is it completely deconstructed? And is that part of the 163 as well?
Okay, so it's an involved question. We are building in the same location, but we're also taking advantage of some of the adjacent area within that location. So we're going to be building the shop in phases. We're going to be taking certain, Steve mentioned that we're going to be evacuating certain areas of the existing shop. So we're going to be building onto new territory within the same area, and then we're also going to be taking out parts of the shop and building the overall shop in phases. So the shop will remain partially in operation while this project is underway. In the end, the shop will pretty much look or be in the same general location that it currently is. It is a bigger shop. It also provides for administrative facilities on the upper floors of the shop. The question on, I'm trying to remember the second part of your question, I'm sorry. If we did have another weather event within all of the projects, is the need to protect the existing facility or the existing operations during that event, similar to that we have right downstairs with South Ferry. Contractor's responsible at that point in time.
Okay. Mr. Albert, and then Mr. Ward.
In Chavon's best and final offer of $80 million, have you broken that down between how much the portion between Myrtle and Central Avenue will be and how much between Metropolitan and Fresh Pond Road will be?
We've broken it down into the inspection facility. We've broken it down into what it will be the bridge as well as the deconstructed and elevation of the viaduct. Yes, we've looked at all the different expenses.
The Myrtle Viaduct part between Myrtle and Central, I assume, is the majority of the...
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Ward.
My questions and comments were going to be confined to the collusion question, which has been adequately dealt with, I think.
Mr. Jones, then Mr. Vitti.
I'd just like to reinforce what Board Member Myrtler said. I'm relatively new on this board, but I was pretty shocked to hear that this kind of problem exists. And though but I think the question is, if you could, as Board Member Myrtler suggests, make this a regular part of your reporting when this kind of potential collusion exists, so we know about it. That's all. It's not saying you shouldn't do it. I actually understand the limited number of potential providers for this work, but this was something that I was unaware of in the industry. And if you could make, just as going forward, a major part of your report that here's the bidding, you should be aware, Board, that there is some connection between the different parties making such a bid. It would be very helpful in terms of my deliberations, at least. Thank you.
I'll absolutely do that. I do want to point out, because I think and I'd be remiss if I didn't, I'm not saying I think there's collusion, so I just want to set the record clear there, okay? We look at that, we do a diligent job looking at the proposals, the similarities, the extent to which there might be some, particularly, by the way, in RFPs, because you can see it, but I understand your point, and we will look into that.
I just make it because in my past life, I used to represent Shell Oil and the rest. You're starting to deal in numbers where collusion can pay pretty significant benefits. And while I know everyone is honest, when the money starts getting that big, there is a tendency to perhaps whisper in the ear, you know, you put in this bid and we'll put in slightly higher and everyone will go home happy. That's the only, and that's just human nature, nothing against what you do.
Mr. Vitiello.
In your opinion, are our bonding requirements an impediment to getting more bidders?
I don't think they're an impediment, but I will tell you the size of our projects pose a challenge, and the extent to which, while again we're diligent in going out and cultivating additional competition, this is a particularly challenging environment that we do business in. You know, whether it's on the right of way, whether or not it's, you know, in confined areas. I mean, Myrtle is a challenging project, and as a result, you sit there and you look at companies that may not necessarily want to participate because of the challenges. But I think our bonding requirements are reasonable, particularly given the work that they're undertaking.
Do you remember, do you have a recollection of calling a bond in your tenure?
Yes. Yes. I will tell you, not to, typically what will happen, particularly in construction, you know, and again, when we talk about this, I handle all of the procurements. We've got rolling stock as well. Certainly here, there have been instances where we have had to go to the surety. I think what really stands is the show cause letter or the appropriate cure letters that we would send out that allow companies to, I'll say, recognize that we're serious about moving forward. But in those instances, you know, we've had instances in the past where we've had to go to the surety, and the surety will have another company or a strategic sub step in and finish the project.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Merdler.
I believe capital construction has, especially with subcontractors, been forced to go and call the bond, and has done it diligently and with good results.
Yes.
If there's no one else, has everyone spoken? Then there's a package on the floor. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The procurement package passes. And I'd like to ask Michael Chuback to present an action item.
Thank you. Today we are seeking the committee's approval of the 2017 final proposed budget and the four-year financial plan for the years 2017 through 2020 for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus Company. Budget and financial plan information was included in the materials that were presented to the MTA Board last month and will be presented again to both the Finance Committee and the full Board for final approval this month. The 2017 final proposed budget and four-year financial plan for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus maintain funding to support planned service levels in a safe, reliable, and efficient manner. The budget includes funding for several new programmatic initiatives, as well as new budget reduction initiatives that supplement favorable cost re-estimates at the agencies. The committee agenda book includes staff summaries for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus that provide details of the programmatic and budget reduction initiatives, as well as key financial data for each agency.
Is there a motion and second on the three items here, transit, budget and financial plan, Staten Island Railway, budget and financial plan, MTA Bus, budget and financial plan, all for 2017? Second. Are there any questions or comments on it? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, the financial plans, as they have been laid out, are approved. Peter Caffiero will talk about service changes.
Thank you. This month we're presenting for information to the committee subway schedule changes on the A division, which are our numbered routes, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. To ensure that subway schedules accurately reflect current rider demand, schedules are regularly reviewed and revised to provide passengers with the most efficient and effective service that we can possibly provide. Based on these regular ridership evaluations, we plan to implement routine schedule adjustments on the routes number 1 and 7 during the weekday PM peak and evening hours. The details of these service additions are outlined in the staff summary and will occur with the spring pick. They are estimated to cost approximately $0.6 million annually and are consistent with the proposed 2017 operating budget that was just discussed. In addition, we continue to fix and fortify our system after the damage from Sandy. Extensive rehabilitation work is planned on the Clark Street tubes, which are the tunnels that carry the 2 and 3 lines between Brooklyn and Manhattan under the East River. This work will occur on weekends beginning in June of 2017 and will continue for about 13 months. During this time, as work is performed, weekend 2 and 3 service will not be able to operate via the Clark Street tubes and will be replaced in Brooklyn by the number 4 and number 5 services. Regular weekday service will not be affected. Temporary schedule and route changes on the 2, 3, 4, and 5 are proposed on weekends as well as on early Monday mornings during the transition before 5 a.m. The primary goals of this plan are to minimize the impact on customers to the greatest extent feasible, minimize the duration of the project, and minimize customer confusion by providing the same service every weekend during the time frame of this project. The details of these service changes are outlined in this staff summary. Implementation of the proposed temporary long-term schedule and route changes to Saturday and Sunday 2, 3, 4, and 5 service will save approximately $1.3 million annually as compared to the current service plans. This concludes the service change section of the agenda.
Questions or comments on Peter Caffiero's report? Hearing none, I'll ask. Oh, I'm
Peter, as you heard from one of the public speakers, I assume all conductors will be given the various options for riders to utilize when this is in effect, including the new walking transfer between Bowling Green and South Ferry?
So, yes, I noted that with the public speaker and totally agree. That's one of the reasons that we're doing this in the pick, so we can do it consistently every weekend as a regular rider of this particular route in this area. And of some of the other tunnels that have been under construction, it's much harder for us to convey both to the public and to our own employees if work is being done on one weekend and not the next weekend, back and forth. In addition, we can program the automatic announcements on our newer car fleet to be correct for that time period on a consistent basis. So it'll be much better for our customer information and consistency, particularly given that this is a more disruptive change with different routes and different corridors replacing other routes at various stations.
If somebody is used to traveling down the West Side line, for instance, and transferring at Fulton Street to the J on a weekend, what would you think would be their best option with this new plan? Would it be to go all the way to Bowling Green and then take the walking transfer and go back up to Fulton or to get the J, or?
Well, specifically, if they're going from the west side to the J, I mean, one of the advantages of doing this consistently is, and as part of the pick process, is we can get our system-wide customer information, so the maps, the more permanent signage, information out there to advise customers what to do. So the best approach would be to not go all the way downtown on the 2 and 3, but to transfer, for example, at Times Square to the Broadway BMT routes, for example, or the shuttle over to Grand Central and down that way. But we will come
or the A
up
and
with
the C to Fulton
the A and the
Street,
C, which would get you through to Fulton Street to transfer.
Will the automated announcements on the 142s be disabled during this time, I assume? And the conductor will cut in on those?
Well, we'll put in new automated announcements that will.
Oh, you will.
Will handle this this particular service pattern, and we have many different patterns already encoded, but we'll look to make sure that these are all correct.
Any other member of the committee? Then I'd like to ask President Hakem to make her special reports and standard follow-up reports.
Sure.
In Section 9 of this month's agenda, we have our regular status report on the MetroCard program. And following that, in Section 10, we have the quarterly New York City Transit, MTA bus, EEO, and diversity reports. And both of those reports provide EEO and HR data as of September 30, 2016.
Comments on those? Then I'd like to ask Dr. Hradnicenu for the MTACC projects report.
I would like to start by identifying the Cortlandt Street Station, the number 1. And that's, at this point, about 37% done. The risk related to the turnover of the site by Port Authority has been to a certain degree mitigated. They have done now in writing, committing to provide the site on a timely basis. Nevertheless, another risk has actually kind of aroused the contractor pricing and schedule information for communication and electrical design changes is actually not forthcoming. Right now, the contractor is about 3 to 4 months delayed in providing that, and we are actually looking very hard at that. And next time when we come to you in January, we'll have a hard report as to what we're going to do about that. These changes are primarily the communication system, electrical MEP, that have not been originally incorporated in the design by the Port Authority. There's some other issues, but I think that they pale in comparison with this particular one that we have right now, a certain delay associated with that could be as high as large as 8 months. Regarding the number 7 line extension, the second entrance on site P, we're about 70% done. There at this point, no top risks and no additional procurement, and we expect that to proceed to its completion. Regarding the report on 2nd Avenue, we will defer that to CPAC this afternoon, at which point we'll report comprehensively. Thank you.
Is there any question from the committee? Then hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
May we convene the meeting of the Bridges and Tunnels Committee? My great pleasure. All right. I guess the first order of business is the minutes.
Public comments.
Public comment, all right. Are there any speakers? Mr. Bowden?
Morning. It is with great pleasure I come to issue my report this week. After listening to the program last, Jim's suggestions about identifying certain problems that the having trouble solving, I went to the Verrazano Bridge and I drove across the upper level, and subsequently I met with Bridge and Tunnel staff and we discussed it. And I went back again this last week and I looked at the lower level. And virtually every suggestion that I have made over the course of the last 5 years has already been implemented by Bridge and Tunnels on a lower level. So all of those comments that I've been making are already on the road, so to speak. There is no guide sign over the exit ramp for the Belt Parkway on the lower level, which means there doesn't have to be a guide sign on the upper level, because you've already established the principle that the ramp starts actually half a mile before the physical separation of the lanes. Those two lanes are separated by a double white line, which is illegal to cross and a violation, and either a police car or a traffic camera can issue a violation for it. And what it does is separate the traffic well before the exit so that aggressive drivers don't cause accidents by cutting in as they do in other places. Your team is to be complimented on being leaders in setting safety for the United States, because as it gets more and more implemented, the credit should go to this committee, to this division, to the Bridge and Tunnel team. So what you've established is a national precedent for doing it right, for increasing safety, for reducing road rage, for saving money. All good things. So you all, the team, should be complimented, because it's not just one person. It was a number of people there. They understood exactly what I was saying. It's wonderful. So thank you all.
Are there any other speakers? No? All right. Next order of business.
All right, no changes to the work plan. All right, the minutes, I'm sorry.
There are no changes to the work plan, am I correct? And has everybody had a chance to look at the minutes? May I have a motion to it? All those in favor? Contrary minded? Done. What's next?
Okay, starting a report on operations, Pat Parisi.
The report on operations begins on page 18. Traffic was lower in October with 26 million crossings as compared with 26.2 million crossings in October 2015. This represents a 0.8% decrease. This was primarily driven by 0.7 million less vehicles at bridges and tunnels at the tunnels. This is mainly due to accelerated construction activity at the QMT and the UL Cary Tunnel. The year-to-year traffic increase from all other facilities was 0.5 million vehicles greater in October. These increases are partially attributable to the continued low gas prices, which averaged $2.27 per gallon this October, or 2 cents less than this time last year. Easy Pass volume decreased by 0.4% in October 2016 as compared to October 2015, while crossings using cash and other payment methods declined 2.9% for the month. Passenger car travel was down 0.3%, and other vehicle travel declined 6.9% from October 2015. Preliminary monthly traffic figures for November 2016 are 1.2% more than the same period in 2015. This ends the report on operations.
Thank you, sir. Where did the vehicles go that did not come?
Well, you had .7 million that decreased from the tunnels, but our other facilities picked up about 500,000 vehicles, which results in the .2 decrease.
But this was clearly a downward trend, not just for the month, but for the, if you look at slide 25, clearly it starts going down. So fewer vehicles came in. So where did they go? They go through non-revenue paths into the city? Or they literally didn't traverse through any crossings at all?
No, it could have been to the off our prop, New York City free bridges, or as we've seen, we picked up 500,000 at the other bridges that they moved a little bit, so.
Right, the total number went down, so clearly.
Correct, by .2.
If
Right,
they all went through
200,000
another
went
path
somewhere.
that we owned, it would have been
Right.
the same. So they went somewhere.
Right.
You would think the free bridges, or they didn't
Right.
drive, or they took
Or they didn't
transit.
drive, right.
Or they took transit.
And second question then, on slide 26 or 7, doesn't matter, it's the same data. It wasn't just the tunnels, though, it was the RFK Manhattan side. Is that also a construction issue?
That's correct.
Okay.
Also be a factor that when they get off the bridges, and you are now in the process of expediting the process of their getting off the bridges, they wind up either on the East Side Highway, the FDR, or the city streets, which are congested, and that talks them out of doing it.
Right.
And by doing that, don't we wind up with less revenue that we can devote to helping the subways? My point being, it's circular. If you don't take care of the car when it comes off the bridge, but instead congest traffic when they come off the bridge, they're not going to use the bridge to the same degree. And if they don't use the bridge to the same degree, they're not going to contribute, we're not going to be able to contribute to the subways to the same degree.
Your point is, we're part of a larger network, and they all affect each other, which is
Any
true.
other questions? All right.
The safety report. We'll move to the safety report. Pashko?
Yes, good morning. The report on safety for the month of October is illustrated on page 32, where we report 12-month rolling averages and highlight the following performance indicators: customer collisions with injuries, employee accident reports, employee lost time injuries, and lastly, contractor lost time injuries. The customer collision rate for this 12-month reporting period increased from 5.81 to 7.34. And the rate for injury collisions increased from 0.94 to 1.07. For the collision, I would like to reiterate our presentation that we did last month, and that we are continuing to identify collision-prone locations and making changes when possible, and also continue the increase in targeted enforcement wherever possible, especially to deal with distracted and unsafe driving on our roadways. For the employee accident reports, for this period, we report 256 incidents versus 248 for the last reporting period. And the rate for the employee lost time injury increased from 4.9 to 6.8. For the employee lost time injuries, I would like to emphasize that we've had a couple of rough months during the months of July, August, and September. There was a spike that accounted for about 65% of total increases for this 12-month period. In the last few months, we've intensified our toll plaza inspections, safety outreach, especially during roll calls, to emphasize our safety awareness and compliance with our safety plaza procedures. Perhaps as a result, we have seen in the last 2+ months, we've seen some significant decreases, upwards of 30%. Finally, to end the year on a positive note, the contractor lost time injury rate continues to drop for the year, from 2.77 to 2.04, which represents a decrease of 26.4%. Unless there are questions or comments, that concludes my safety report.
Mr. Zuckerman.
For those unfortunate enough to attend the Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meetings, you'll know I focus predominantly on safety issues. And we did talk last time and the last time before about this. I will note that having compared this month to the previous month, our percentage increase in customer and employee collisions and accidents have actually gotten worse, even more so. Customer collisions between October of 14 and September of 15 versus the following year period were 23%. Now it's up 26%. Employee lost times was 29% last period. Now it's 38.8%. I understand from what you presented last time, and I understand what you just said, you are being vigilant, but this cannot continue. We must find a way to manage this. If this trend continues, we're going to have to find other means beyond what you're doing to control for this, because double-digit increases in the 20s and 30s percentage levels are unacceptable. They're unacceptable to you, I know, to Don, to us, to Tom. We can't accept this. So we've got to find a way, and the trend must start coming down, because this is actually an even worsening trend from our last meeting than where we were before.
Yes, and as I mentioned, during the last 2+ months, we see a trend reversing, so hopefully we will see that in the coming year.
Yes,
And
but as you know, hope is not a strategy.
I understand.
I had hope in the election cycle. That failed me miserably. I have stopped believing in hope as a strategy. So we need to have the strategies you're doing that are realistic, and I will be a broken record. I hope to stop being one, but if this continues this way, I'll ask my friend, the chair, to figure out means of elevating this conversation.
Before I do that, former President Clinton would tell you, never abandon hope. Let me make a suggestion, if I may. At some point, could we get, maybe a month, 2 or 3 down the road, a list of the various strategies that you are looking at to try and deal with these issues, so that if people have additional thoughts, they could be explored as well? Is that convenient?
Yeah, I mean, we gave you those on the customer injuries last month, which we'll continue to implement, but we can give you similar kind of things on the employee injuries.
Go back. The next item is Easy Pass performance.
Yes. Thank you. So the Easy Pass report begins on page 33. Our market share for the month was 86.4%, up 0.3% percentage points from the year before. Every facility was over 80% on weekdays, and 4 facilities, the Henry Hudson, both tunnels, and the Marine Parkway, were over 90%. More than 21,300 Easy Pass accounts were opened in October, and ahead of cashless ORT implementation at the tunnels in early January, we're encouraging our customers to switch to Easy Pass. We're handing out flyers in the lane. We're posting messages on our VMS signs, putting links on our website, doing other promotional and advertising activities, and we're also reminding our customers to mount their tags, as that will be very helpful to the toll collection mechanism as they travel under the gantries. And just for your information, we're scheduled to go live with open road tolling at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel on January 4th and at the QMT on January 10th. If there's no questions, that concludes the Easy Pass report.
Did we do the minutes?
Yes.
And the work plan?
Yes.
Both are done. All right, so it's the budget.
Yes.
2017 budget and 2017-20 financial plan adoption.
Right. First the financial report and then the budget.
All right.
Mildred Chua will report.
Yes. The financial report for October begins on page 39. Toll revenue through October was $1.565 billion, which is 0.3% or $4.6 million better than planned. While traffic was down less than 1% against the mid-year forecast in October, due in part to the tunnel work that Pat noted, from a year-to-date perspective, we are still up 0.5% against the mid-year plan. Total expenses were $383.7 million through October, which is about $24.9 million or 6.1% lower than planned. This is made up of non-labor and labor expenses. Our non-labor costs were 6.2% less than planned, or $11.2 million due to timing of expenses. Labor costs were lower as well by about $13.8 million or 6% due to payroll vacancies. Our overtime is down 6.3% against plan, and that is about $1.4 million. Our support to mass transit is $970.3 million through October, which is about $54.8 million or 6% better than planned. This concludes the financial report for October. I can move on if there are no questions to the 2017 budget and
Any
financial
questions? Okay.
Okay. The 2017 budget and financial plan begins on page 55. Some highlights for you. For the 2016 November forecast, toll revenue is projected at approximately $1.869 billion. Total non-revenue expenses are projected at about $501.1 million, which is made up of $253.1 million in non-labor costs and $248.1 million for labor costs. Our support to mass transit is projected at approximately $1.067 billion in 2016, and this is pretty much the same level that we've been reporting all year, and we are on track with these year-end projections. Moving on to the 2017 budget, the toll revenue is projected at about $1.867 billion in 2017, which is slightly lower than 2016 by $2.3 million or 0.1%. But this does not include the proposed 2017 toll increase in March, and that is included in the MTA's consolidated plan. The total non-reimbursable expenses are projected at $552.8 million in 2017, and it is made up of $279.4 million in non-labor costs, which reflects a year-to-year increase of $26.3 million due to the expansion of open road tolling to all facilities by the end of 2017. For labor costs, we have $273.5 million in 2017, which is an increase of $25.4 million from last year due to additional salary and fringe benefits associated with filling our 2016 vacancies. Debt service for B&T is projected at $275.9 million in 2016, and that goes up to $303.4 million in 2017, which is a year-to-year increase of $27.5 million. Our support to mass transit is projected at $992.1 million in 2017. The staff summary also highlights some major programmatic initiatives that we're undertaking, such as the New York Crossings Project. The most notable initiative under this project is the Open Road Tolling Program, which we have been talking about and provided you with a briefing document in October. We are on track for the overall implementation, and we hope to have some facilities go live even sooner than originally anticipated. In a nutshell, we have begun implementing open road tolling at our facilities, beginning with the Henry Hudson that went live on November 20th, and our tunnels will go live in early January, as Don mentioned. Our plan is to be fully operational with ORT at all of our facilities during 2017. Another initiative that is included under the New York Crossings Project is our collaboration with New York State agencies to enhance B&T's safety and security efforts. We are going to be combining security teams with traffic enforcement at the crossings and defining new operating protocols across the involved agencies. A lot of these efforts are underway, and provisions to support the increased security presence is included in our 2017 budget. As Don noted, we continue to step up our efforts to increase E-ZPass usage, which will help mitigate the potential for revenue losses as we transition to open road tolling. And finally, although the staff summary does not reference it, we want to point out that the 2016 November forecast projects total expenses that are about $12.7 million lower than the mid-year forecast. In 2017, total expenses are approximately $11 million higher than the July financial plan, and this is driven by the higher non-labor costs due to the expansion of open road tolling. On the revenue side, as we did in the July plan, we are rebaselining our forecast based on the favorable traffic trends we've seen so far this year. We've increased our toll revenue projections by $4.5 million in both 2016 and 2017. Our support to mass transit is projected at $1.067 billion in 2016, compared to what we have in our mid-year forecast, which is $1.037 billion. This is an increase of more than $30 million, or 2.9%. In 2017, it is lower by $6.2 million in the November plan versus the July plan due to the net additional expenses needed for ORT, partially offset by favorable revenue re-estimates based on the overall favorable traffic trends that we've been reporting. This concludes our report on the November financial plan. Thank you.
Any questions?
It's an action item, so we need a vote.
On the budget and financial load, do I have a second? Second. All those in discussion? All those in favor? Capital program.
Joe Keen? The report on the capital program can be found starting on page 68. In November, there were 17 commitments made in the amount of $150.7 million. Year-to-date, there have been 85 commitments made with a total value of $253.8 million. This compares to a plan that called for 87 commitments totaling $126.2 million, and an overall commitment plan for 2016 of $151.8 million. The most significant commitments made in November are related to implementation of open road tolling at authority-wide and specific commitments at our tunnel facilities. There were no project completions made in November. Year-to-date, there have been 9 project completions with a total value of $93.8 million. This compares to a year-to-date amount of 10 completions and $100.3 million. There were 11 task closeouts in November for $17.1 million, and year-to-date there have been 102 task closeouts totaling $197 million. Unless there are any questions, that concludes the report.
Any questions on the motion?
No. No.
All right.
Just move.
Procurements.
Good morning. Procurement start on page 84. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There are 3 competitive procurements for award. One is a competitively solicited public work contract to Judd Law Contracting for design build services for a flood mitigation system at the Ucari Tunnel, the Governor's Island vent building associated with it, and the Queens Midtown Tunnel. This is in the not to exceed amount of $64,784,000 and a duration of 2.5 years. We want to note that negotiations have concluded and the final negotiated amount is $64 million even. The work under this includes the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of a flood mitigation system that would protect the portals and plazas of the 2 tunnels and the Governor's Island vent building. Stipends will also be authorized for the other 3 proposers. There are 2 procurement modifications to personal service contracts, one to the joint venture of WSP Cells and HNTB under their existing contract for a feasibility study and conceptual design at the RFK Bridge Manhattan Plaza and associated ramps. This modification adds design service for the new ORT gantries at the RFK Bridge, design for a relocated, expanded operations command and control center at the Bridge and Tunnel Training Building, construction support services, and design assistance for the demolition of the Manhattan Toll Plaza. That is in the negotiated amount of $2,471,525. The other is to Shore Environmental for additional construction management and inspection services for the relocated, expanded command and control center at the training facility. And that is in the negotiated amount of $700,009.69. These 2 modifications total $3,170,000, and the total amount committed for all contracts is $67,950,000. Unless there are any questions, these procurements are described in detail in the enclosed staff summaries.
All those in favor? Aye. Contrary minded? Done.
Thank you. And the final item is the diversity report. Sean Moore.
Good afternoon. The MTA Bridges and Tunnel Diversity Report is located on pages 93 through 96. It represents the end of 3rd quarter. Between January 1 through September 30, 2016, and in comparison to 3rd quarter 2015, MTA Bridges and Tunnel increased the number of new hires from 49 to 77, of which 25% were females and 56% were minorities. The new hires during the 3rd quarter resulted in a favorable impact on the service maintenance job category, which increased the number of Hispanics to 25% and blacks to 29%. In comparison to 2015, Bridges and Tunnel hired 12% of Hispanics and 19% blacks at the end of the 3rd quarter. EEO and Title VI complaints located on pages 95 through 96. As of September 30, 2016, included a total of 26 complaints. 6 were external, 20 were internal complaints. Bridges and Tunnel closed out 2 external complaints and 15 internal complaints. There are no reported Title VI complaints, and that concludes MTA Bridges and Tunnel EEO report.
Any questions? Any further business to come before the board on the motion to adjourn? All those in favor? Done.
Thank you.
Why?
What we basically do is take it, this is the key number, this total, the operational hours. Okay, so what we've basically done is take it down to the actuals.
We could all find our seats. The Finance Committee will be called to order in a minute. Good afternoon. The Finance Committee is called to order. Are there any members of the public who have registered to speak, Mr. Johnson?
We have two public speakers. First is Omar Vera. No. Keep it going. We have a second registered speaker, Murray Bowden.
Good afternoon. I want to wish you all a very healthy new year. I won't see you on Wednesday. I'm having cataract out. It's a pleasure to report that I've been working with the team from Bridge and Tunnels, and the progress has been extraordinary. They have solved problems that I've been talking about for years. The solutions are already on the ground. They work. And the only issue now is going forward is making it uniform throughout other areas of bridges and tunnels in other areas of the city of New York. And I've been working with the New York City DOT. They understand as well. So when I come and I ask for cooperation, cooperation has been forthcoming, and it is forthcoming as good as it was with bridges and tunnels. I might expect to be the same for the rest. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say hello.
Okay, now we have Mr. Omar Vera.
Hello, MTA Finance Committee. Sorry for before. It was a little time distraction. Sorry. All right, this is my second time addressing this particular committee, and I'm here to talk a bit about the MTA public hearings regarding the fare and toll increase proposals. Like I said, it's not like I understand you're doing this every 2 years because you don't want to raise revenue because of tight budgets. But the truth of the matter is, I feel like this country has plenty of money. That's starters. But here's the thing: if you must raise the fare, you got to at least like try to put better service on some of the sub agencies within the MTA. Like I recommend it to Transit that they ought to extend the Astoria line to LaGuardia Airport, splitting the route in two, of course, rather than support this nonsense AirTrain proposal that would almost just not do anything good, just not anything good. So that's why I'm like this. And by the way, the two main advocates of the public are here, right there. Mr. Andrew Albert and Ms. Veronica Vanterpool. They're watching everybody here. Second, I recommend to the MTA that in order to raise more revenue, they ought to retake the Long Island bus because the Nassau County Express has been a complete failure. And such a failure that of course the county executive, who is in charge of Nassau County, is currently under federal indictment for corruption charges, and he about half a decade ago refused to pay the MTA the needed money it takes to continue operating the bus system in his county. This is why it's time. If a new government comes in Nassau County, the MTA should renegotiate with them to bring back the Long Island bus. Because who knows, Veolia might get rid of the MetroCard altogether. Because the system isn't operated by us. It should be operated by us. If it's operated by us, that means it will be safe for all passengers who use MTA buses and subways to keep using Long Island bus. So that's recommendation. And also, I would like to recommend to support extending the 7 line to New Jersey, at least find enough funds for that, and have the government of New Jersey pay for it, as they've also been responsible with their own transit system. They need to be more responsible. With that, I conclude my statement, and I'll continue at CPOC. Thank you. Have a great day.
Does that conclude our public speakers?
Sir.
Then the minutes of our November 14th meeting are in your committee materials. May I have a motion to approve? Second, are there any changes, questions, or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, abstaining, the minutes are approved. Mr. Johnson, could you please take us through the work plan?
In front of you, you have a draft of the proposed 2017 Finance Committee work plan. If any board members have any suggestions, please get back to us, and we can incorporate those in, next month. So please feel free to do so.
Any questions or comments on that up to now? We'll have another crack at this in January, I presume. The next, Mr. Johnson, are the budget and capital cycle items.
Yeah, we have no budget watch presentation today. Later in the meeting, Bob Foran will be presenting for your review and approval the MTA 2017 budget and financial plan. And next month we'll be doing a flash budget watch. That'll be in January. So we do have a finance watch, and Pat McCoy is here to bring us through that.
Good afternoon. Finance Watch appears on page 18 of your committee materials today. We have 4 transactions upcoming in the month of January we just wanted to post you on. The first is new money bonds for TBTA projects. This will be the TBTA Series 2017A, approximately $300 million of new money, and we expect that will take care of their funding needs for the year, and this will be senior managed by Goldman Sachs & Co. Next, we have a $200 million Transportation Revenue Bond 2017A. This is a ban that's currently in the market. We need to pay off that ban, and this transaction will be led by Jeffries as Senior Book Running Manager. Next, we have our initial new money need for transit and commuter projects for the first part of the year. This will be $700 million of MTA Transportation Revenue Bond Anticipation Notes, and we'll issue those through a competitive bidding process. And those notes will mature later in the year when we'll issue long-term bonds to pay them off. And then lastly, we have a $100 million remarketing of MTA Transportation Revenue Variable Rate Refunding Bonds, Subseries 2002 D2A. And this is a floating rate note that just needs to be remarketed back into the market. And we've assigned that to Book Running Manager RBC Capital Markets. Lastly, we just have a fuel hedge that was executed on November 22nd, 2.9 million gallons of ULSD, and this was competitively bid. And as you can see there, Goldman Sachs J. Aaron won the bidding at a price of $1.66 per gallon, and the hedge covers the period November 17 through October of 2018. Happy to take any questions if there are any on Finance Watch.
Yeah, we have 6 action items today. The first item is the MTA and TBTA reimbursement for federal tax purposes. We're asking the board to approve the annexed reimbursement resolutions, which are required by federal tax law to preserve the ability to finance certain capital projects on a tax-exempt basis.
May I have a motion to approve? Second. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining?
Okay, we have several items that Pat McCoy, our Finance Director, is going to take us through.
Okay. The first one is the authorization to issue new money transportation revenue bond anticipation notes, transportation revenue bonds, and Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority general revenue and subordinate revenue bonds. This staff summary and the resolutions that follow start on page 31 of your committee materials. A total of $2.3 billion is requested for approval to finance existing approved capital program projects for transit, commuter, and bus to be executed in 2017. A total of $300 million is requested for approval of MTA Bridges and Tunnels bonds for existing approved bridge and tunnel projects. Note that the package behind the staff summary includes supplemental resolutions for transportation revenue bond anticipation notes, BANs, transportation revenue bonds, as well as bridges and tunnels general resolution bonds and bridges and tunnels subordinate resolution bonds. I would note that we have in the past always sought authority as well for the issuance of dedicated tax fund bonds, again for those transit and commuter and bus projects. However, the DTF credit has little remaining capacity for new additional debt, and so we are not seeking DTF bonds for authorization. Just as a note, we're left with the Transportation Revenue Bond Credit as our principal credit vehicle to finance transit, commuter, and bus capital projects. This credit has $21 billion of debt outstanding on it, so it's very important that the MTA is able to access a new credit, such as the PMT or other credit, and that's high on our list of priorities for early next year. So that's happy to take questions on this staff summary.
Let me have a motion first and a second. Second. Questions or comments?
For the new ban notes, was this already factored into the existing, or the approval of the existing capital program?
Yes.
Before it was
this factors in our assumed borrowing needs for the 15 to 19 program as well.
But is this just for 2017?
But this is just for our execution of deals that we'll need to do in 2017 to meet the cash flow requirements. That's correct.
So is this borrowing, and I know every capital program has a level of borrowing. Are we on schedule at this point in the capital program for this level of borrowing? Or is this level of borrowing usually in the later years, for example, 18 and 19?
No, yeah, I'd say we're on schedule. The important thing to remember is that on a cash flow basis, a lot of these bond proceeds will actually be paying for projects that are in the 2010 to 2014 program, because those continue to cash flow, continue to spend. There might even be some, a tail of 2005 through 2009 projects that are just kind of finishing up. So it's a mix of really 3 capital programs that will consume these bond proceeds over the next year.
So the 2005, 9, 10, 14, 15, 19.
Yeah, and probably the 15 to 19 is probably the smaller portion of what will be consumed here. Again, we don't know exactly what invoices are going to hit. We estimate that our cash flow needs based on communication with the capital programs group, and this is what that analysis tells us we think we'll need. The bulk of this spending is really probably for cleaning up 10 to 14 projects that are still underway.
Thank you. What I'm really trying to understand, and I think you're helping me get there, is whether or not the MTA is in a position at this point for 2017 to take out new debt for $2.6 billion, even though we have an agreement for an $11 billion funding commitment from both the state and the city. And I want to make sure that the MTA, or my question is around understanding whether the MTA is in a position at this point, because that has not been fully realized for the 2015-19 capital program.
Well, remember that the state and the city contribution for the 15 to 19 program, those are going to be the last dollars in. So the fact is we are going to be borrowing in advance of getting that money, before that money comes from the state and the city.
I do understand that. I just want to, given that the MTA has $37.1 billion in outstanding debt, which is noted here, I'm just want to make sure that this is already debt that's been included and improved, not additional, because, for example, for a more simple way of saying it, you all are falling short in the capital program in 17.
All of the projects that are underway and that will, again, where the proceeds will be used, these are all existing approved projects. I'm not quite sure I'm getting the
I would say that the debt that Pat is talking about has been anticipated in our financial plan for 15 through, or 16 through 20. We are on schedule. We are funding the projects as they come forward on a cash flow basis. So what you're seeing is nothing new and nothing that's going to put an additional burden on the fare box. This has already been built into our financial projections.
Okay. You're welcome. All right.
Is there anyone else? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The item carries. Third item, Mr. McCoy.
Okay. This is staff summary starting on page 79 of your materials. This is authorization to issue transportation revenue refunding bonds, dedicated tax fund refunding bonds, and TBTA general, as well as subordinate refunding bonds. This resolution accompanies with it the board policy from May of 2010 that dictates when and how we can tackle refundings. There are minimum savings thresholds that the board has identified that we must achieve in order to undertake a refunding. And so following the board policy on refundings, you have the supplemental resolutions for each of the credits that I just mentioned. And this allows us to take advantage of market opportunities next year, should they present themselves, to refund bonds and generate savings for the budget.
On the fourth item, may I have a motion? Second. Are there any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The item carries. Fourth item.
Okay. Next, in your materials on page 139 of your book, we have a staff summary describing approval of municipal, special, and swap advisors. Authorization is sought for approval of contracts with 4 firms to provide municipal and/or swap advisory services to the MTA. The request for approval significantly expands MTA's advisory team from 2 firms to 6 in total, and I'll go through that in more detail. But I just want the committee to understand that we work very hard to negotiate favorable terms to keep costs under control. The specific approvals requested are approval of a contract first with the advisory team of Public Resources Advisory Group, together with Backstrom, Macaulay, Berry & Co., which is a state certified MBE firm, and Rockfleet Financial Services, which is a state certified woman-owned firm. This team, referred to as the Prague team, will serve as MTA's general municipal advisor and will be identified as MTA's independent registered municipal advisor, or IRMA, in accordance with rules of the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. Secondly, approval of a contract with Mohanty Gargiulo. Mohanty Gargiulo is a state-certified woman-owned and minority-owned firm to serve as MTA's swap advisor. Mohanty Gargiulo will also serve as MTA's Qualified Independent Representative, or QIR, with respect to all derivative matters, including fuel hedging. Next is approval of a contract with Acacia Financial, a state-certified woman-owned firm, to provide special advisory services focusing principally on rating agency and investor strategy and communications. Fourth, sure, okay. And fourth is approval of a contract with Piper Jaffray to provide special advisory services focusing on federal borrowing or grant programs, as well as public-private partnerships. The last 2 contracts that I just went through with Acacia and with Piper Jaffray, those are new roles that we identified in this RFP process, recognizing that one, we intend to be very active in our discussions and ongoing relationships with 4 rating agencies. And Acacia Financial, which is a New York-based firm, I should say has a New York-based office that we'll be working with, has identified this as one of their strong suits, and the committee recognized that and wants to work with them in that capacity. And in the matter of Piper Jaffray, MTA, as you know, we have the RIF loan for positive train control, and there are other federal programs either in place or contemplated to be in place that we would want to have an advisor that has particular expertise in this arena, has good familiarity and strong working relationships with representatives at the DOT and FRA and FTA, and they do, as well as public-private partnerships, or P3 transactions. We often receive proposals or ideas from the financial community suggesting public-private partnerships, and we'd like to have an advisor with particular expertise in this arena to advise us, and that's why these 2 new roles were identified. We would be working with them on an as-needed basis, and they would bill us on an hourly basis. In the case of Public Resources team, Public Resources Advisory Group team, as well as Mohanty Gargiulo, we negotiated fee structures that are basically a 2% increase over our incumbent advisors.
May I have a motion and a second? Are there any questions or comments? I have one.
Sure.
I think you mentioned that Acacia has a New York office but is not New York-based. Did you make that distinction?
I believe their headquarters is outside of Philadelphia, in that South Jersey, Philadelphia area, but their New York offices, they're the principal individuals that we'll be dealing with, and they're fully staffed here.
Okay. And they're staffed to your satisfaction?
Absolutely.
All right. Anyone else? All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? This item passes. Fifth.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the approval of outside counsel. We're seeking board approval to add the law firm Harris Beach PLLC to the panel of board-approved outside counsel. This approval is sought in connection with its representation of MTA and its agencies with respect to the procurement of an electricity supply contract to commence following the expiration of the current long-term agreement with the New York Power Authority on December 31st, 2017, and other energy-related matters. Staff also recommends that the board authorize MTA's entry into a retainer with the firm, which has extensive prior experience with respect to electricity supply contracts in New York and transactions with New York Power Authority.
A motion and second. Are there any questions or comments on this fifth item? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? This item carries.
We have
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Merdler abstains. The next item is the MTA's 2017 budget and 2017 to 2020 financial plan adoption materials. Bob Foran is here to present it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. On your iPad, you have under recent documents the electronic version of this report, and that's what I'm going to be speaking from, primarily the staff summary. As we state, the purpose is to secure MTA board adoption of the accompanying 2017 final proposed budget and the four-year financial plan 2017 to 2020, which includes approving the 2016 final estimate and plan adjustments, and authorization of budget and plan adjustments, including MTA efficiency targets, policy actions, and MTA re-estimates as set forth in this staff summary. The document summarizes the November plan presented to the board for information purposes at the November board meeting, which projects ending cash balances of $260 million in 2016, $23 million in 2017, $17 million in 2018, and $32 million in 2019, with a projected cash deficit of $319 million in 2020. There are no changes from the November plan. If you turn to page 1-2 of the staff summary, we'll highlight the November plan. The November plan continues to hold projected fare and toll increases of 4% in 2017 and 2019, the equivalent of 2% per year. The 2017 increase being planned for mid-March is being changed from a 4% revenue yield to a 4% price increase, saving customers approximately $26 million a year, or $94 million over the plan period. This November plan, to be the December plan and voted upon, increases support for the capital program. It retains the $566 million of debt service included in the July plan from Hudson Yards lease securitization and lower interest rates, both realized and projected. We continue to identify additional savings, and we are reducing expenses previously considered uncontrollable. The MTA has raised the targeted level of savings in every year since 2010. We expect to meet the 2016 target of nearly $1.6 billion, and total annually recurring savings of the programs initiated since 2010 are now expected to approach $2 billion by 2020. Had the MTA not achieved these recurring savings, fare and toll increases totaling 20% would have been required to cover these expenses. The November plan includes service and customer experience investments from prior plans, such as the expansion projects, 2nd Avenue Subway, the number 7 extension, Fulton Street Transit Center. It has operating support for capital and other projects, including New York City station enhancements, installation and maintenance of real-time information displays, maintenance of the B Division countdown clocks, automated passenger counters, and Wi-Fi access in all New York City Transit underground stations. The November plan also provides an additional $395 million in important maintenance and operations, customer experience, and service support investments over the plan period. The bottom line is these changes, re-estimates, and recommendations result in net improvements to MTA's financial position and forecast over the plan period, and a reduction in the 2020 deficit from $371 million to $319. We are recommending to the board that the board adopt the 2017 final proposed budget and four-year financial plan 2017 through 2020, which includes the 2016 final estimate and plan adjustments. The approval of this plan will supersede prior board plan approvals for this period. Note that the projected 2017 and 2019 fare and toll increase proposals will require separate board action in advance of those dates. We recommend you authorize staff under the guidance of the CEO and the CFO to take actions to implement the policy actions set forth in the plan. To authorize staff to accelerate $280 million of future planned committed to capital contributions into 2016. This acceleration is to be made at the discretion of the CEO and the CFO. Authorize staff to use debt service savings during the plan period to make additional committed to capital contributions of $566 million to the 2015-2019 capital program. Authorize staff to release the unexpended 2016 general reserve, $145 million, at the discretion of the CEO and the CFO, and they may be used and applied for reducing the unfunded pension liability associated with the Long Island Railroad additional plan. Authorize technical adjustments to MTA budgets and forecasts of a non-material nature in the February plan. Authorize adjustments of MTA budgets and forecasts to reflect labor settlements approved from time to time. Approve additional actions, including budget and cash management, as has been done in past budget adoptions, such as advancing bridge and tunnel operating surplus, use of MTA MRT2 corporate account monies, use of payroll mobility tax and the replacement funds and MTA aid. Authorize the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer, or their designees acting under Section 1266 of the Public Authority Law to enter into interagency loan agreements among the MTA and its affiliates and subsidiaries, to use the stabilization reserve for prompt payment of contractual obligations, and with regard to the Government Accounting Standards Board contributions that have been made, the Treasurer is authorized to use the GASB accounts to fund intra-agency loans as well as inter-agency loans. This concludes my presentation on the 2017 final proposed budget and the 2017-2020 financial plan.
Before I ask if any board member has any questions, first I want to apologize to all the members of the Finance Committee. There was an incident on the Metro-North line today which required me to take a stroll through the beautiful borough of the Bronx to then try to catch the New York City subway to come down here today. So this was the second longest trip from Westchester County I've taken in my life. First time was when they had the fire under the tracks. That took me about 45 minutes longer than today. So I apologize again. I just want to know, why I was late. With that, I would ask if any members of the committee have any questions. If not, do I have a motion? Who's that? You have a question? Motion? Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Doug?
Okay. Next, we move to report and information items. The first being PeopleSoft 9.2 upgrade report, and Wael Hibri is here to present that.
Yes. Thank you, Doug. When a major upgrade is completed, we take that accomplishment for granted. In fact, a large number of large-scale software implementations actually fall short of their promise. The PeopleSoft software deployed at the MTA dates back to 2009 when the BSC was initiated. It was recently de-supported and was no longer compatible with current release browsers. In August 2014, the MTA board approved the competitive procurement for IBM to work with the MTA to help upgrade PeopleSoft. The workload was split between IBM and the MTA staff, 70-30. We had two main phases: human resources, which went live December 2015, and financials and procure to pay, which went live 3 weeks ago. These were followed by a pension go-live that consolidated a satellite pension system into mainstream PeopleSoft at the BSC. Subject matter experts from all the agencies were involved in defining the new system. When a customization of the system was necessary, a great deal of restraint was exercised to make sure that changes were indeed beneficial. With active support from the agencies, we have been able to implement a much more functionally rich system while at the same time cutting out wasteful customizations. This is a far cry from the initial go-live when there was a great deal of resistance. The remaining slides discuss the benefits and set the stage for new initiatives for 2017 and beyond. We focused initially between 2011 and 2015 at the BSC. We focused on stabilizing and building trust through transparency, customer service, accuracy in our transactions, and standardization. That foundation opened the door to functionality improvements starting in 2016. These include a much better portal, informative recruitment pages, mobile access, better training, and a marketplace for internal clients to easily order certain commodities, and the much-needed integration of pension and PeopleSoft. We did that while we tried to standardize, simplify as much as possible, and deliver savings. Areas of improvement were not randomly selected. We chose areas that experience high volumes. For example, employees regularly check their pay advices, they download benefit forms, they look up their own training or their own staff's training. We made that all available through the portal. Bidders and suppliers regularly transact with procurement and accounts payable, and we try to move those elements of information to the portal as well. We process thousands of receipts and requisitions and approve those, and we receive 50,000 resumes every single month. This is an example of an employee portal. This is my own portal. I can check on my own training and progress against compliance training, for example, also my own team and the training that they have registered for. My context-sensitive benefit forms, we have 170 benefit forms, but we only display the ones on the upper left that are relevant to me. It also shows pay dates if I was interested in checking that, among other information. This is an example of a portal for bidders and suppliers. Currently, we invite 1,000 bidders and suppliers every day since we've just went live. Bidders and suppliers can register for the categories that they are interested in competing in, and when they do so, they can see procurement events show up when they log into their PeopleSoft portal, which is customized for them. This is another example of the recruitment page for someone who's interested in a programming title at the MTA. This particular individual has applied to 6 positions. One has been filled already, and we tell that candidate on their portal. 5 are still under active consideration. And there are other postings that he or she has applied to, but they have not been, those applications have not been completed yet, and they can check the status of their applications online. This is what accessing PeopleSoft on your phone or on a tablet would look like. Now you can enter a receipt for a good or a service that you have received so that we can start processing payment. You can approve requisitions if you're out of the office. And as before, you could check on your pay advice and other information that's readily available. The past approach of using the train-the-trainer method did not serve us well at all. We now deliver training in several different formats. In addition to classroom training, we have task-focused training modules that are animations that within minutes can get an employee ready to perform a specific task. These allow you to see the steps first. Then you can practice them in a safe environment that does not update the production database. When you're confident, you can go into the production environment and enter those transactions. And finally, you can save those instructions or print them out for future reference. Support from agency management, especially from procurement leaders, allow us to achieve a 92% attendance rate during those classes. We've also made a marketplace available. And a marketplace through PeopleSoft allows authorized users to use their own login to order, in this case, supplies. We're going live with an interface to the supplies, to the Staples website, where by Thursday, employees can order their office supplies electronically. We'll receive the invoice at the BSC and process it accordingly. After that, we're adding CDW for IT-type purchases, Granger, Dell, HP, and Verizon. Integrating the pension system into PeopleSoft was a major accomplishment. Prior to this upgrade, the pension system was in a completely separate PeopleSoft environment. It received updates from payroll and from the timekeeping system to show service as well as contributions. With bringing the pension system into PeopleSoft, we've also added calculations and reports that are actuary approved, and we built a platform that allows us to add additional pension systems from very expensive mainframe platforms into PeopleSoft, which is much more maintainable. Overall, after a go-live like this one, we typically receive a high volume of phone calls for support or for anomalies that employees have discovered in the system. We've established a hierarchy and a prioritization method so that all of these requests are answered efficiently and effectively so that employees can be productive right away. The benefits of upgrading PeopleSoft brought us a simple, more intuitive system. It has more functionality, and it's more standard in how we process transactions across the MTA. Those two features have allowed us to deliver savings to the budget and allow us to have a system that's a lot more maintainable. This concludes my report.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a few comments. I really want to express my appreciation to everyone who's worked on the upgrade project, and particularly to recognize Weil and his leadership, the leadership provided by personnel throughout the agencies, and then all of those people involved who worked hard through holidays and over weekends to help make sure that we had a smooth transition. There's still work to be done in terms of stabilizing the system and addressing post-implementation issues as they arrive, but I really do want to commend the hard work and dedication of all those who've been involved. This was the first major system upgrade since the BSC took over the operation of shared services in 2011. It's a milestone that results from active collaboration that exemplifies what I believe is really a cultural shift toward embracing change within the organization. I have seen people working together, trying to do things in a different but simpler way, and they're able to achieve what Weil had up there of 3 key goals for us: simplicity, standardization, and achieved sustainable savings. So again, to all those who've worked the weekends, worked late nights, worked through holidays, I just really want to express our appreciation for what you've done and what you're going to continue to do. So, Weil, thank you.
We have one more information item, and that's the contract change order report for the third quarter of 2016, and that's also included in the capital contract change order that is reported to the CPOC committee. Next, we have procurements, and Angel Barbosa is here.
Thank you, Doug. For headquarters, there are 5 competitive procurements for personal and miscellaneous services for a grand total of $6.2 million. Real estate brokerage services, the first item is for real estate brokerage services, 2 zero-based contracts. There is an item for parking management services at $4.9 million. A third item is for economic forecasting services at $244,000. And the last item is homeless outreach services at $975,000. Chair.
Any questions?
I noticed the homeless outreach portion only applies to the commuter rails. What about the transit stations?
It's a separate contract.
Is it a different company?
Yeah, it's a different company. Yes.
Thank you.
We have a motion? Second? All those in favor?
For Metro North, there are 2 procurements for a grand total of $3.8 million. One is a non-competitive sole source procurement for a miscellaneous service contract jointly with Long Island Railroad for maintenance to the Protect chemical detection system installed in Grand Central Terminal and Penn Station for Metro North and Long Island Railroad for a total of $1.9 million. The second is a competitive procurement jointly with New York City Transit for a modification to extend the miscellaneous service contract for pest control services for 18 months and for additional funding of $1.8 million. Chairman.
Any questions? Motion? Second? All those in favor?
There are no Long Island Railroad items. Next up, we have New York City Transit and MTA bus operations. For New York City Transit MTA bus operations, there are 3 procurements for a grand total of $257 million. One is a non-competitive procurement for a total of $11 million for an approval of a 3-year miscellaneous service contract for rail grinding services. Loran utilizes its own personnel and its own proprietary equipment in that service. 2 are for competitive procurements for RFPs for a total of $246 million. One is for the 43-month RFP for the design and construction of the Clifton Car Repair Shop in the borough of Staten Island for a total of $165 million. The latter is for an RFP totaling $80.7 million for the replacement of 2 elevated structures. That's the Bushwick Cut and the bridge located over the New York and Atlantic Railway on the Myrtle Line, and the construction of a car inspection facility at the Fresh Pond Rail Yard in Queens. Chairman.
Any questions? Motion? Second? All those in favor? Thank you.
For bridges and tunnels, we have 2 competitive procurements for a grand total of $67.5 million. One is a modification of a personal service contract for a 2-year extension for additional work to implement open road tolling on the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge and funding for a total of $2.5 million. The second is for an RFP for a total of $65 million, which includes stipends of $300,000 for design build services for flood mitigation at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel and Queens Midtown Tunnel for 2 years and 6 months. Chairman.
Any questions? Motion? Second? All those in favor? Thank you.
There are no items for FinTech. That concludes procurements.
Okay. You'll find MTA consolidated financial and operational reports beginning on page 166. And now we'll move to real estate.
Thank you, Doug. Hi, everybody. We have 3 action items for you this month. One for a lease at Grand Central and 2 for taxi dispatch offices and parking spaces at Long Island Railroad stations. They're described in your staff summaries. If there are no questions, I would ask for your authorization. Yes.
Mr. Frey.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on the Grand Central action item. I saw the drawing. I think I recognize the major landmarks in Grand Central. I don't quite know where this is. For example, I saw one side of the drawing that had both an escalator up and down and stairs up and down. I don't know where that is.
Well, it's easy to get disoriented down there because there's a lot of construction going on with MTACC coming in and so on. But these are the central pavilions they're symmetrical on either side. They were, if you're familiar with them, they were dishes in Irving Farm. And they are circular, and they have sort of faux terrazzo around them. We've been working with Beyer Blinder Bell, which is the original architects for the renovation, to try to rationalize the seating there and the circulation. So they'll be squared off, as you can see in the renderings, change the lighting. We're pretty badly in need of a refresh down there. It's been 20 years, and we think both from point of view of aesthetics and the efficiency of the space that it's going to be much better.
Well, forgive me. I know where the escalators are. I know where the stairs are. They're not exactly in the same place. Right. They're not exactly in the same place. Does this go through the space where we're currently excavating for east side access?
One of them is in front of where the escalators will be going down. If you were coming down the stairs from from the main concourse, you would end up at either end, and then you would have these circular pavilions at either end in front of you.
This is the western or the eastern one?
Well, they're actually both in your book. One of them is a chart item because the selection was more straightforward, but they're both going to be done contemporaneously.
To avoid confusion, Jeff, maybe in the future we could have space formerly occupied by and give the name. Maybe some of us would.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. Thanks.
Any other questions? We need a motion? Second? All those in favor? Now we need a motion for the Finance Committee to adjourn. Do we have a motion? Second? Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you. So did Merdla finish on time for a change? I was hoping, I said, okay, well, maybe. I said, I told Giletti and Prendergast, I'm like giving them blow-by-blows on where I am.
That little Brom coming in this morning.
See, I was giving you periodic updates. The one after. Yeah, I just got off because, they couldn't tell you how long. So I got off and I took the Gun Hill Road, number 2 train. Got off.
If everyone will take their seat, we'll get started early, right at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the December meeting of the Capital Program Oversight Committee. Do we have any public speakers, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, we have 3 public speakers. The first one is Jason Pinheiro, then we have Omar Vera and Mary Bowden. First up is Jason Pinheiro.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Regarding Second Avenue subway, you guys are working like Sonic the Hedgehog. Pretty fast, but I think that it's being sloppy. That's why I've been proposing since June that the Second Avenue subway should open in the first quarter 2017, not in 19 days. And why is that? Because we don't want the same situation that happened in Hudson Yards. It will be a total disgrace. I've been noticing this flaws since April, and nobody has been noticing it. So I demand Dr. H and Tom Predigas to give us more transparency and honestly, and not leaving us in suspense like you guys have been leaving us for the past 3 months. So let's do the things correctly, but without any sloppiness. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Vera, Omar Rivera.
Good afternoon, MTA, Capital Construction Oversight Committee. I'm here to talk about a couple things. First, Second Avenue subway. I'm quite amazed by when last week when I went to Lexington Avenue, 63rd Street, I noticed that all the construction walls have been taken down entirely. Instead, there's just a police line cross. But like I said, this is great progress, great work, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Dr. H, and I thank President Haycom for speeding up the process for what is the long-awaited Second Avenue subway, which has been almost 100 years in the making. But like I said, like Jason said before, there has to be at least more transparency, as well as more like a clear plan as to when exactly what the station, what all the 4 stations open. Because I said that because I believe that all 4 stations need to be open before in order for the line to fully function. That was the case with the Archer Avenue line in '88. The 63rd Street line the following year, well, the connector was open in '01, but at least all the stations were open by '89. And yes, we do not want a repeat of Hudson Yards because Hudson Yards with a 20-month delay. I remember former Mayor Michael Bloomberg took the 7 train ride on like his final final days as mayor of the city, with the anticipation that the Hudson Yards will open soon, but it was delayed for almost 2 years. So, so like I said, another thing, hopefully they should extend the 7 line in New Jersey one day. And I'm really glad you finally have the report on on Penn Station, because that station needs to be modified. Penn Station, it hasn't had a formal entrance since the '60s. That's been like a half century. That was in fact, the Penn Station's the discontinuing of the original station entrance was what basically led to the campaign led by Jackie Kennedy to maintain and preserve the Grand Central Terminal architecture and entrance. The point is, we need to modernize New York, and that's the only way you can do it. And by the way, I said this morning, I'll say it again. Congratulations for President Haycom's 1 year since she became transit president. And with that, I end my remarks, and I'll return Wednesday for the full board. I apologize I was too late for the last full board meeting, so I couldn't comment last month. But thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Next up is Mary Bowden.
I want to wish you all a very healthy new year. The new year will be different. You've proved it with the Second Avenue subway. You've changed the rules of the game, and you got everybody's attention. What happened last year, last month, no longer relevant. You've shown that the new rule of the game is Second Avenue opens before the end of the year, complete, correctly, and it's going to be done. That sets the standard for everybody else. whether it's buying subway cars, the Bridges and Tunnels, which is doing an excellent job, by the way, the subway to Secaucus and the bus terminal is impacted by this as well. I was at the Port Authority meeting on Thursday, and the bus terminal was the chief subject of conversation. What you've shown is all those rules, well, it can't be done, it can't be, we can't get it done. With determination and leadership, and that's what was shown here, was leadership. It can be done. You can put a railroad, the 7th Avenue line to Secaucus in a reasonable length of time. All of those buses do not have to come through a tunnel to New York City. New Jersey was not aware of it. I started speaking about it. I'll speak about it on Friday. I'll speak about it on Wednesday at New Jersey Transit. You've changed the rules of the game to say it can be done on time, and it can be done under budget or within budget. So thank you for the leadership you have shown. You've created a new paradigm for everybody else to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. That concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. The minutes have been circulated. May I have a motion to approve? Second, any comments or revisions to the minutes? All in favor? Aye. Committee work plan, Mr. Stewart?
There is a change to the work plan. Eastside Access will not be presented today. However, there will be a briefing that provided by MTA Capital Construction on Penn Station Access. Eastside Access is undergoing a budget review and will be briefed in the early part of 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Project team, Anil Parikh, Michael Rondiciano, 2nd Avenue Subway. It's not the way the agenda was laid out, but if we can start with Cortland. Go ahead. Second Avenue is a walk-in, that's why we did it that way. So why don't you go, Anil? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. On the project progress, we completed installation and testing of the traction, power, and signal work. We completed train crew training, completed installation and testing of the tunnel and station, smoke management systems, elevators, escalators, and fire life safety system required for the revenue service. Contractor has made significant progress in reducing the open building code items and is on track to complete by revenue service. Testing of communication systems required for revenue service is on target to be completed by December 23rd. Next slide, please. Escalator installation and testing at 72nd Street is completed except one escalator at entrance 1, which is a street escalator that will be completed on December 16th. Elevator installation and testing is completed. Fire life safety system testing is completed. HVAC testing for critical spaces will be completed by December 23rd. Next slide, please. 86th Street Station, escalator installation and testing is completed. Elevator installation and testing is completed. Fire life safety system testing is completed. Tunnel and station smoke management system will be completed tomorrow. HVAC testing for critical space will be completed by December 23rd. 96th Street Station, escalator testing is completed, fire life safety system testing is completed, and HVAC testing for critical spaces will be completed by December 23rd. Under systems contract, fire alarm testing will be completed at 63rd by December 16th, 72nd by December 23rd, 86 by December 15th, and 96 by December 18th. Emergency alarm testing is completed at all stations. Sound power phones is completed at all 3 but 72nd Street, which will be completed this week. Police radio and RTO radio is completed at 63rd Street and will be completed at the rest of the station this week. Public address system will be completed by December 24th. CCTV for the elevators will be completed this week. Help Point and Safe Point intercom is completed at all stations except 72nd Street, which will be completed this week. And traction power energization was completed at all 4 stations. That's my report.
Report from the independent engineer, Ken Haggis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In what is likely my final report before the project opens, I want to focus on 4 topics that are important for project completion. The systems. The rail operating systems have been mostly completed and demonstrated satisfactorily. We're still looking for final completion of the communications network, the fire alarm, and the station service centers. The rate of test completions, which has been a concern of mine for several months, has increased greatly, and I feel it's now on track to finish before the end of the year. Turning to the stations, the equipment that's placed by the station contractor, lights, fans, elevators, and escalators, basically is done. The public areas of the stations now are in their final fit-out and clean-up mode. Turning to the verifications, the items necessary for the building code verification are progressing well. The project team did mobilize a special effort to reduce outstanding code deficiencies. I feel a continuation of the current effort should clear all deficiencies by the end of December. And finally, the double check of safety and security. The project team has brought a new focus to the completion of test reports and other documentation necessary for that double check, and I feel that that's proceeding consistent with the requirements for revenue service. That's my report.
Do you have any questions from any of the board members? Hearing none.
Some of the items in here are going to be tested on 12/24, it says. I assume we're going to get updates as a result of those tests?
Yes, absolutely. We're on track to have those tests completed, and we're cautiously optimistic we're going to meet the date.
That is correct.
Any other questions? Veronica?
What is the contingency plan if during these future testing dates, something just doesn't go as planned?
The thing that we are considering completing just before Christmas is the PA system that is actually the remote connection of the PA system that will be all tested in one shot. But we do have right now the local PA, so that is in effect a backup position in the event that we're not done, so we can actually operate the way it is.
In the testing and commissioning that's being done, and I think Kent responded to that or reported on that, in terms of the level of effort that's being expended, probably more than doubled. And included in those dates are whatever it takes to make sure that we get the testing and commissioning done and the equipment passed. So, yes.
So, as was speculated in the press or the public, there should not be a scenario where this is in operation or we're trying to meet the revenue service data and we're then skipping stations or anything like that.
We are cautiously optimistic that we're going to meet the revenue service date. That's it in a nutshell. That really does. We are focused on getting the testing commissioning done and the observations done. We've more than doubled the level of effort. That's as clear as I can state it.
I walk by the 86th Street site almost every day, and I have to say, it's remarkable, the level of effort being put in over there now, virtually 24/7. So hopefully we'll hit the date, but certainly you can see.
Notice we paved the road already. Last night, we paved the road between 82nd and 86th.
And I think that's a good point. I mean, it's not just the issue of making sure that the entrances are done, the stations are done, the trains are running. Do as much as we can to restore 2nd Avenue to the condition it was in before we started the construction, which was quite a few years ago. Any further comments or questions? Cortlandt Street?
Good afternoon. For the Cortlandt Street project, we continue to hold a substantial completion date of August 2018.
and a budget of $158.4 million. I'll further discuss the budget and schedule in the next two slides. As far as progress, we have completed the fireproof coating of the centerline columns. We have negotiated and completed the additional work for the patching and coating of the ceiling over the track bed. We have completed concrete demolition work necessary to install the electrical service within the southbound platform. We have performed the additional test pits necessary to locate an alternative path for the conduits in service, and we have completed tactile tile installation at the platform edges. In the next 3 months, we expect to complete the electrical installation within the southbound platform. We also hope to complete negotiations for all communications and electrical changes. Successful negotiations will allow us to continue the northbound and southbound platform construction. Next slide. Actual progress versus planned performance continues to slip based on a failure to negotiate contract changes with the contractor. We are currently below 75% of planned progress. We continue to show 181 days of float on the project. However, we recognize that this float has been impacted significantly due to the failure to negotiate the additional work included in Bulletin 2. The magnitude of this impact on the float is still being evaluated as part of the ongoing negotiations with the contractor. For budget, we continue to have $2.5 million of the $5.6 million contingency originally allocated to this project remaining. In addition, we have $10.9 million allocated for known changes, primarily the communication and electrical changes mentioned in Bulletin 2. The budget is currently under review to assess the need for additional contingency to be added to the project to cover unmitigated risk. Originally, we had held a $16.9 million figure for this risk. As far as our critical issues, we see the risk related to Port Authority turning over the north end of the southbound platform to have been reduced. Since our last meeting, Port Authority is committed in writing to provide their best efforts to deliver the elevator area, which is most critical, by the end of June 2017. We will continue to monitor their progress in achieving this goal. Similarly, we have resolved approximately 80% of the Port Authority interferences within our work area. However, the remaining 20% include unique challenges and will be more difficult to resolve. We continue to meet weekly with the Port Authority and our design of record to resolve these remaining issues. The next issue involves the new electrical service from Con Edison. When completing our original test pits, it was found that the designed route was not possible due to the congestion of utilities. New test pits were dug, and an alternative route has been submitted to Con Edison for their approval. We have responded to several rounds of comments from Con Edison and are awaiting approval of this alternative route. It is expected that approval of this alternative path should remove this risk from our critical list. Finally, our biggest risk to the project has been and continues to be a failure to negotiate changes to the electrical and communication systems. Most remaining work is dependent upon these changes, and work has been limited during the past 4 months. Continued failure by the contractor to submit pricing and negotiate these changes will result in delays and additional costs to the project. That concludes my report.
Independent Engineer Report, Diane Rinaldi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The IEC notes the following regarding the project schedule. Bulletin 2 changes to communication and electrical systems will impact the reported schedule contingency. Delays in negotiating these changes may also impact the project completion date. The IEC concurs that these delays are causing the highest risk to the project budget and schedule at this time. An IEC review of the project budget concludes the following. The remaining construction contingency and set-aside contingencies may be inadequate to cover the outstanding change orders and support the project to completion. Additional funding may be required for design costs. And if the project completion is delayed, additional funding may also be required for agency costs. IEC observations. The contractor's work to date has not met the rate of productivity required to achieve an August 2018 project completion date. The IEC concurs that work progress has been limited due to the contractor's failure to respond to agency-issued RFPs for critical communication and electrical work. The potential impacts associated with this issue have increased. The IEC has also observed improved coordination between the Port Authority, other World Trade Center stakeholders, and MTA Capital Construction. As a result, risks related to interface issues have been reduced, such as previous reported schedule uncertainties involving the Port Authority work in the area of the VC Street entrance. And finally, the IEC concurs with MTACC that sufficient time remains to complete the work required to open the Cortlandt Street Station by the completion date of August 2018. However, based on past performance of this contract, and because all of the contractor's schedule updates have been rejected to date, the IEC believes that this completion date can only be achieved if the following items occur. First, MTACC and the contractor must agree upon a recovery plan and a recovery schedule. Second, all outstanding changes to the project scope must be approved and integrated into the contract and the recovery schedule. And lastly, the contractor must commit to the increased resources and productivity which will be required to achieve a recovery plan. And that concludes the IEC response.
Any comments or questions of either the project staff or the IEC on this project? Hearing none, we'll move on to the presentation on Penn Station access for Metro North.
Good afternoon. This afternoon I will give you a brief overview of the Penn Station Access project. Penn Station Access will open up a new Metro North link directly into Penn Station. Currently, Metro North travels into Grand Central via the Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines. The new Penn Access route will travel for 15 miles along the active Amtrak Hellgate line, terminating at Penn Station. The project will improve network resiliency and enhance regional connectivity and mobility. Next. As part of the Penn Access project, there will be 4 new stations in the Bronx: Co-op City, Morris Park, Parkchester Van Nest, and Hunts Point. Next. To facilitate these 4 new stations and to concurrently allow Amtrak through travel, there will be 3 miles of new track work as well as interlockings where needed. The project will include bridge upgrades. Next. The project will include bridge upgrades at Eastchester Road, Bronxdale Road, and Bronx River. In addition, there will be strategic improvements to the power distribution systems and new substations as needed. All of this work will be performed along the active Amtrak right-of-way. Next. The 4 stations include the following: Co-op City. Co-op City serves a major residential community, many of whom rely on roadway transportation to travel to and from the area. Over 50,000 people live within a half-mile radius of the new station. Next. Morris Park is a major hospital district representing one of the largest concentrations of medical facilities in the U.S. with over 13,000 employees. The area also has a well-established residential community. Next. Parkchester Van Nest is home to distinctive residential communities within walking distance of the station. And Hunts Point. Hunts Point is a vibrant residential and commercial community. The new station will provide a critical link to subway network and open access to city and suburban destinations. The scope of work for the project includes the following: track and structure work along the line. This work includes new track at the stations, bridge upgrades, and numerous interlockings. The signals and communication systems will be upgraded. Power improvements include a 3rd rail changeover, upgrades to the catenary system, and to the power substations. The construction of the 4 new stations will include platforms and vertical circulation. And upon reaching Penn Station, there will be yard work, employee facilities, and passenger amenities. The many benefits of this project include the following. There's improved network resiliency so that the MTA will be better prepared in the event of service interruptions, weather events, and other emergencies. The project will open up accessibility to the East Bronx with its new stations. It will also provide a 1-seat ride on the New Haven line, leading to jobs, shoppings, and ultimately to destinations on Manhattan's West Side. After Long Island Railroad service comes into Grand Central Terminal, Metro North will provide service into Penn Station. And regional connectivity. Regional connectivity will be improved by completing direct connections at Penn Station among the metropolitan, regional, and intercity carriers. These include Metro North, Long Island Railroad, New Jersey Transit, and Amtrak. Next. Thank you. The new stations will provide substantial time savings. As shown on this chart, travel time will be reduced considerably in directions both into Penn Station and up to Connecticut. As an example, Co-op City travel will be reduced by approximately 45 minutes going into New York City and by as much as 80 minutes going up to Connecticut. Next. As part of this complex project, we will be partnering with a number of key stakeholders along this active Amtrak right-of-way. We will be working with Amtrak to develop necessary construction and operational agreements as required in order to advance the project. We will be coordinating with CSX Freight Rail, Connecticut DOT, New York City interests, and above all, Metro North. As an overview of some of the recent Penn Access activities, Governor Cuomo announced the 4-station concept as a priority project in 2014. In 2015, we have been working on planning agreements with Amtrak, preliminary environmental analysis, and operations studies. This year, $695 million was approved in the MTA capital plan toward the project. We have been working on the conceptual engineering and have recently completed the site survey. We are evaluating track alignments, platform locations, and bridge and power work. Next. Upcoming activities include the following. We are performing operations and power simulations. We're doing the scoping for the general engineering RFP and completing the environmental work. We are now pleased to show you a digital tour of the Penn Access route. This video flyover will show you the breadth and the extent of the Penn Access project. You will travel 15 miles in 3 minutes from Pelham Bay into Penn Station. Along the way, you will see the locations of the 4 new stations, the associated track, the many interlockings, the bridges, both overhead and undergrade, all leading directly into Penn Station, New York City. Thank you.
The new Penn Access route will travel along the Amtrak Hellgate line directly into Penn Station. The routing starts east of the Pelham Bay Bridge. The first station is Co-op City. Co-op City is a major residential community. The next station is Morris Park. Morris Park is a well-established neighborhood with a major hospital center. The next new station after Morris Park is Park Chester Van Nest. This new station is within walking distance to another distinctive residential community. This is Hunts Point, a vibrant residential and commercial neighborhood, which is also home to this, the old Hunts Point Station House. As we leave the Oak Point yard, passing over the proposed oak interlocking, we cross the Bronx Kill Bridge to Randall's Island. And then the Hell Gate Bridge to Queens. As we bear right, heading into Sunnyside Yard, you'll see the CSX freight line branching off to the left. In addition to the 4 stations serving the Bronx on this project, there's a lot of work to be done on the many overhead and undergrade bridges, communications and signal upgrades, as well as interlockings and catenary work. From here, the route goes through the East River tunnels, into Manhattan, to its terminus, Penn Station.
That concludes our presentation.
AC report, that's just, is any questions for the board members? Neil?
Thank you, Tom. This is an incredibly impressive endeavor. I can't wait to see when it's finished. One question I've never asked in the years we've been doing this, and I don't know why I didn't. What is north of this in terms of, is it going to just run from Co-op City in, or is there going to be northern destinations of this line?
Goes all the way to New Haven.
You,
No, I know
you come
I-
off, you come off the New Haven line, and I think Shell interlocking, and then you come down the right-of-way. So you'd have reverse commute potential up to Connecticut, but you see there's an employment center there. So, you know, it's going to be able to attract people, and then it's connecting to the largest real estate development in the world, which is Hudson Yards at Penn Station. Veronica?
I'm really excited also about Penn Access. Is there a public outreach component to this project, you know, down the road? And what does the skeleton of something like that look like? Will there be open houses for the public, for example? And then will MTA Real Estate be working with other stakeholders, not those identified as agency stakeholders, but other public stakeholders to discuss development opportunity?
In terms of dealing with a surrounding community, we'll do something similar that we did on Second Avenue, with one difference, that we're going to be looking at a mobile way of moving around, so that can move to various locations. So instead of having one at each location, it'll be more efficient to do that. So we're looking at that right now. And obviously, we'll be working with all of the stakeholders around there. So that's to be expected.
I think Mr. Farrar wants to share some. For some reason, I think he has a keen interest in this project.
You might have guessed. Actually, a large part of that public process unfolded and took place shortly before Joe Giletti became president of Metro North. Extensive meetings were held in every community, as well as with community-based organizations, local elected officials. So there was a lot of thought into this process, and it wasn't limited to the Bronx. It was also in Connecticut as well. So this has been planned for a long time. You might notice these are the 4 stations that were promised under Second Avenue subway, full length. I happen to think, Mr. Chairman, that at a fraction of the cost of the first phase of the Second Avenue subway, we're building more than its equivalent, and in a fraction of the time, depending on whether you measure from 1920 or 1960. But this is a very, very big deal for this region. So, Mr. Chairman, I am excited that we are finally starting reporting on this at CPOC, and I expect that as the agreements with Amtrak unfold, and that should be an adventure, as well as all of the other things that need to get done to make this happen at the same time as East Side Access becomes operational. This is huge for the region, just huge. I think everybody, whether you may use this or not, can see how this will not only take a lot of bus and car trips off the road, but improve people's lives, travel time, as well as employment prospects going forward. So this is something I really do look forward to, and thank you for including it.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm equally excited for this important new transit option for an area of the Bronx that is not well served by subways currently. My question is, on the map it's showing new Hellgate Line track for part of this route. Is this something Amtrak is paying for, or we with Amtrak are paying for, or just we are paying for?
We are paying for it.
How many miles? Is it all 4 tracks, or?
Right now, there are 2 tracks for Amtrak. We'll have to go to 4 because we can operate in that area, so we're paying for it. I would try not to, at this point, determine the length, because whatever else, I would rather to say the least amount, but I know that there will be negotiations in terms of operation and how it's going to pan out. So we're talking about a number of miles. I think about 3.5 miles or something like that at this point.
Okay, and my other question is, I'm sure it's way too early to think about this, but has there been any talk with the state of Connecticut about what kind of service pattern? Will this be Stamford locals only? Will this be some trains to New Haven as well, or?
I think that this is the Metro
Let
North.
Michael answer it, because service planning comes from the operating agency.
We're currently engaging both the state of Connecticut as well as other stakeholders and conducting an operations analysis to determine what, first of all, what is the capacity of the infrastructure that's already in place on the New Haven line, as well as on this line, what are those requirements? And from that and from the updated travel demand studies that we are doing will determine what the service patterns would be. Those service patterns may include some combination of perhaps some diversions of existing services and some new services starting from places such as potentially New Rochelle or Stamford or even as far as New Haven. And that's really going to be determined in the next few months as we go through these modeling exercises.
Earlier conversations talked about the fact that when Long Island Railroad goes into Grand Central, the quote-unquote open up 24 slots, maybe not all 24 because they may still run some trains in. But if you take a look at, what are you trying to do? You're trying to provide not quite a headway service, but 1 or 2 trains an hour. So if you were to divide the New Haven line from Connecticut through New York into 4 pieces, you could run 2 trains. You could run a train every half hour on each one of those 4 segments. That's just like a starting point for discussion, because I think Michael is talking about how you can do it from an operations planning standpoint. I mean, if this is a good example of a project where you're using an existing railroad right-of-way to be able to get, and I think at one time it had more than 2 tracks. It had a greater number of tracks than this.
Yeah, it had 4 tracks.
So, going to use an existing railroad right-of-way, deliver on a promise that was made to be delivered through another means years ago, And, the express bus ride from Co-op City is not one of the most, attractive and comfortable. It is kind of a direct ride, but this would be far better than that. And with all the development that is occurring right there in Morris Park and all the developments occurring in Hudson Yards, on a line that is pretty well established with a reverse peak commute, it's kind of like a perfect combination of all those factors. And God forbid we open up slots that we don't fill up at Penn Station. We don't want to do that either. Mitch?
Of us who use Penn Station, now that we have our own Shake Shack, we welcome our friends from the north.
Any other comments regarding this? If not, we'll move on to capital program status. Mr. Stewart?
The 2016 commitment and completion goals and performance highlights through November can be found on page 21. Commitments in 2016, agencies plan to award 41 major projects. To date, 33 major commitments were planned, and 19 have been achieved. 13 were on time or early. 6 were delayed but have since been committed, and 14 remain delayed. Year-to-date, agencies have committed $3.8 billion versus a $6.2 billion goal. By year's end, the MTA agency forecasts making 85% of its $6.6 billion goal, but doing so is reliant upon them achieving their December forecast. Completions in 2016, agencies plan to complete 43 major projects. To date, 36 major completions are being tracked. 27 have been completed, 22 were on time or early, 5 were delayed but have since been completed, and 9 remain delayed. Year-to-date, agencies have completed $2.3 billion versus $3.6 billion goal. By year end, the MTA agency forecasts making 94% of its $4.6 billion goal, but doing so also require adhering to the year-end forecast. That concludes the commitment and completion report. You can find 3 other reports. For information only, your quarterly traffic report is contained on page 31. The quarterly change order report is contained on page 91. And the risk assessment summaries, 2 of them are contained on page 93 and 96.
Yes, Andrew?
You might want to change page 53. Shepherd Avenue is misspelled on the Fulton Street line.
Okay. Thank you.
We deliberately put something in every report to see if Andrew will catch it.
And
Thank
he
you,
does.
Andrew. He always does. Anything else? If not, any other comments regarding the agenda or the items that Craig had just talked about? If not, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. See you next year.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Good to see you all. We're going to get started now. A little bit early, but that's okay. Approval of the minutes for September 26th. Do we have a second on the minutes from September? The Diversity Committee work plan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the 2016 work plan is in your book. There are no changes to that. The 2017 work plan is also in your book. And I would just like to point out that, as you know, we have the Diversity Committee charter included in this month's committee book. And that's in accordance with our work plan. However, we realize that the Corporate Governance Committee meets in September and has already met. So for next year, what we are proposing to do is to move the Diversity Committee charter to the September committee meeting instead of the December committee meeting, to be aligned with the Corporate Governance Committee meeting.
Makes a lot of sense, and thank you.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yes, I wanted to just speak to the board briefly with this month's presentation. We've included a summary to make the presentation more transparent and more focused. And like in months past, each one of the areas, there's the backup documentation and information if we have any questions. But by including the summary, we realized that these meetings should move more quicker, more efficiently, and the summary will outline the data, which will be more focused for any questions that you may have in any of the areas in which we are responsible for.
And the backup information that we had heretofore will be in the document as
Yes, yes.
All right, why don't we get started?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Starting on page 20th of the executive summary, it lists the business and diversity initiatives that our office has attended. There are several events listed for that period, and that a full report is given to you on page 30th. For the certification activity report, there were a total of 25 applications which were received for certification, and also during this period, there were 29 applications which were processed. Again, the full report is set forth on page 33. For the third quarter of EEO activities, the report is on page 35, but the overall workforce is currently comprised of over 71,000 employees, of which 18% are women and 67% are minorities. Additionally, there are 3% of the workforce are veterans. In terms of new hires for this period, MTA hired over 4,000 employees. 24% of them are women, and 75% are minorities. And for the veterans hired, 3% are veterans. In terms of complaints handled, there were 476 EEO complaints, 292 internal and 184 external complaints. Additionally, there were 239 Title VI complaints which were handled by the MTA and its agencies. The next page gives a snapshot of each agency's number of employees, the percentages of race, ethnicity, gender, as well as a composition of the workforce which are veterans. So it's broken down by each agency as well as by women and minority groups and veterans. For MWDB contract compliance, the report is on page 46, but for the federal fiscal year, which ended on September 30th, 2016, that's federal fiscal year 2016, we met our goal of 17%. 1.4 billion was awarded in federally funded portion of contracts, of which 17% was awarded to DBEs. And in terms of and a total of 1.8 billion was paid to prime contractors, and for which 15% went to DBEs in terms of payments. For the MWBE goal, which is 30%, for the first half of the state fiscal year, Approximately $816 million was awarded in state-funded contracts with MWB participation of 16% or $134 million. Additionally, approximately $792 million was paid to prime contractors with 22% MWB participation. For discretionary procurements, out of a total of $39 million, 2.6 of contracts of 200,000 or less went to MWBEs, and additional 1% went to small business concerns. For outside counsel fees, that's starting on page 24, of the $14.4 million paid, $1.2 million or 9% went to MWBE law firms. Additionally, I wish to point out that the DDCR has made tremendous progress in terms of site visits for the period September 2015 through September 2016. 640 site visits were conducted. Currently, our managers conduct on average 8 site visits per month per manager. As of September 30, 2016, we also closed over 1,000 contracts with an additional 57 contracts which are to be closed, and there are 39 contracts which are pending agency action. Mr. Chairman, I just wish to point out that for the second bullet on page 24, it should say September 30th, not September 1st. So I regret that error. Yes, sir.
You've been going so fast. I've
sorry.
been trying to wave at you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Can I just go back to page 22 for a second?
Page 22.
So if you go to the far right column under veterans, I guess I bring this up because I am one. You're using the percentages you have in the far right column, 5, 0, 27, etc., are of a different denominator than any of the other columns you have. So those add up to 100, which is meant to, I guess, say what the total veterans are.
I'll let my colleague.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just identifying the problem. Whether whomever, each one of the columns vertically is meant to be the percentage across the rows. You only have 3% veterans, which I understand, and that's relatively low. But you have numbers like 27 and 37%. That's the percentage of the veterans that are in total from that department, not the percentage of the horizontal. And everywhere else, okay, you may want to either be consistent because it's, is it in a footnote somewhere?
Yes, the second footnote.
Sorry, yeah, okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay. Second footnote. So getting back to the capital projects, for the period January through September, $967 million was awarded in federally funded capital projects, with $158 million or 16% TB participation. For the state-funded projects, $288 million was awarded, with 14% or $40 million awarded to MBEs, and an additional $36 million or 12% awarded to WBEs. The participation, the combined participation is 26%. Next is the Small Business Development Program update.
Thanks, Naeem. As fully reported on page 76, we currently have 143 firms pre-qualified in our Tier 1 program. 47 firms are in Tier 2, and 39 firms are in the federal program. There's been 79 loans approved for $10.2 million. There's been a total contract award since the inception of the program of $212 million. There's been 5,000 jobs created in the MWDB community. 27 firms are currently enrolled in our new emerging program. Please note that this is the most diverse class ever of our firms, ethnic minority firms. And as you understand, Susan and John and Neil, there was an issue that we talked about before, is how we were going to fully diverse our pool of contractors, because a lot of contractors were being denied pre-qualification based upon the requirements that we had. And so we wanted to create this emerging program to give these firms 1 year to be fully developed. And then once they have been, they will be automatically graduated into Tier 1. So this is the most diverse class of any that's been admitted to this program. Scope B, basically, we have a meeting tomorrow that's going to bring in all of our sub-consultants, and we are extremely optimistic that this Scope B is going to do the job in which they were hired to do, and that's develop these firms. And so they will graduate out. They will start bidding outside of this program and winning projects. And so let me just say that this program now is being touted as the national model, because it is basically awarding contracts to our MW and DB firms and small businesses, and also creating jobs in those areas as well. So I want to just personally thank the team, Mike, his staff, Emil, George, and our team, and the operating agency presidents, because this program looks good on paper, but if the agencies don't buy into the program and put projects in and manage these firms effectively and mentor them, this program is not going to work. But as I indicated before, this program now is being touted as a national model. And let me also thank Barry Kluger, who is sitting here, because it was his fine money that allowed us to create the federal program. And the federal program, as we currently speak, there is 47% DBE inclusion in the federal program. And that program was once again, it was started by the fine money that we got from the IG's office and putting resources back into the program. Underwriting fees. There's been $12.5 million awarded underwriting fees. There is 27% WBE inclusion, and once again, Bob Ferran and Pat McCoy and Patrick Ism has done a great, fantastic job of making sure that these fees are awarded in a very, very inclusive manner, which includes our state-certified firms as well. Asset fund managers is going to be discussed by Sean Crawford.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to see everyone again here today. I'll keep my comments very brief. I'll start with just the executive summary. I think you all might have that in front of you. As of September 30th, MWBE assets totaled $836.4 million across the sponsored pension plans for the MTA. That
Sean,
represents.
would you do me a favor and get a little closer?
Sure will.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
That represents about 13% of the plan's total assets. The majority of these assets are concentrated in traditional asset classes. That represents about 20% of the assets in our traditional asset classes. So from those two hurdles, we have a very, very significant percentage managed by MWBE firms. As you can see, MWBE firms manage over half of our U.S. equity portfolios, about a quarter of our non-U.S. equities, and 9% of our fixed income. So we have representation of these firms across all of our traditional asset classes. In some cases, they represent very, very significant portions of our portfolio. We did add our first MWBE firm in alternative investments during the third quarter. This is a firm that will be managing real estate assets for us, and this will be roughly, once it gets up to the size, our target size, be 20% of our real estate allocation. That will also represent 2% of our planned total assets. So we're making inroads in other asset classes that we haven't invested in previous years. And we're being very aggressive in attending industry events and conferences, working with consultants, working with the prime brokers and custodians in order to source new investment managers across the board, and then to make sure that we're seeing all the investment talent out there and increasingly look for women and minority-owned firms, especially within the alternative investment asset classes. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sean. We've gone through the presentation folder.
Yes.
Any other areas on
No.
the sheets that we want to bring up today?
No. If there's any questions to any of the topics that we covered in the summary, we can answer any questions.
I just want to say that I really like this presentation,
because it allows us to focus on exactly those numbers that we're most interested in and most concerned about. And I can see that after you've done this for a year, we could start having a dashboard of key figures that we all feel are important, and you can track it on a graph so we can watch our improvement. I think, I know for myself, one of the things that I find difficult to do is watch the trends. You know, I know how much work gets done, and I know how much progress we've all made here, but I'd love to have a nice graph that shows it, because it's important that we acknowledge what's been accomplished. The Small Business Development Program took a long time to get going. You know, I got to the point where I wasn't sure I would see it, but it's booming along, and I'm so happy that it's been so successful. So thank you very much. I know you've worked very hard.
Let me say, Susan, I want to just take this opportunity now to thank the staff who, on any given night, at 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30, you still see staff here working. And so basically, I want to just thank them for their hard work and efforts. And the best is yet to come.
Susan, on the ability now to start really monitoring the progress. All too often, I think it got lost in the shuffle with so many pages, so many. It's good, and I really like the work that you did. Thank you. Thank you all. Any other items? Anything?
No, Mr. Chairman, we talked about the charter, which no changes. It's sort of like after the fact. But next time we will have it in September for 2017.
Any other comments from? All right. I guess that's it.
Sorry, they just gave me this iPad. I can't wait for your
All right, everybody. I want to thank you all, and thank you again for the work you've done. And it'll be a lot easier as we move forward with this. Again, that's it. Motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you.